This
everyone.
conference
Thank you
will
for
now be
being here
recorded.
this evening in the commission chambers and also online. Thank you for joining us. Let's do a roll call to see who's here and who's not. Commissioner Powers.
I'm here.
Commissioner Brennan.
Here.
Commissioner Anaya, sorry. Yeah, I know.
I'm here.
I'm just watching you. And Commissioner Donner.
Here.
I didn't get you confused, trust me. I'm looking at one side and calling on the other. Okay. All right, so let's stand for the pledge and the salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico to be a symbol of perfect friendship among the united cultures.
Okay, we just need approval of tonight's agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
I second.
Any discussion,
Changes.
Commissioner Naya?
On the consent.
Yes,
This is on the agenda.
this is on the agenda approval.
No, mine are in the minutes, I apologize.
Okay, no problem. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next, consent agenda. Commissioner Naya.
Correction on,
So we just at this point need to pull the minutes that you want pulled.
I'm looking.
Okay.
Here's the workshop. Minutes from the workshop.
Okay, so we'll pull the March 9th cannabis workshop minutes. Anything else? We do have some reports, right, Stephanie? We do have some reports from the department. Yes, we do, and they're present there. Okay, so maybe we pull them from consent agenda, or alternatively, we could just have them present during discussion. We could do that. Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay, so we just need to have a motion to approve the consent agenda, pulling the March 9th, 2022 cannabis workshop for changes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the pulling of the minutes for the cannabis ordinance workshop.
I'll second.
Okay, so now let's go to discussion. And then we have the advisory board reports and the department reports. And Stephanie, if you could just walk us through those with whoever's here, that would be great.
Mayor and Commissioners, we have the police department here to present their report. I believe the chief will do the animal control as well.
Okay.
The judge was unable to be here tonight for the municipal report. We have, we have our road department here for the road, and we have our librarian here. Parks and Rec, I believe there's presence, yes. Maintenance, we can just give you an update, but we don't really have a report tonight.
Sure.
Wastewater, we have the report in your packets. Technology, I do believe that Jesus has a presentation. And planning and zoning report, our manager Brad Hill is here as well.
Okay, so let's start with Chief for police and animal control. You want to come on up to the podium?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Commission. Mayor Jaramillo. I'm looking and I didn't get a chance to review this, so I do apologize, but the council report is from last year. None of these stats are, this is 2021, so somehow you guys got the old one. So I do apologize, this is not the most current one. Because if you look on the department news, Officer Hani's been with us for a while, and Officer Rodriguez no longer works with us, so, I do apologize. I will resubmit that immediately tomorrow morning. I do apologize, but those numbers are not, accurate, so I'm not going to do that to y'all. But if you check on the next page, you can see, call reports and stuff like that. With the warm weather anticipated and with the cold weather, traffic crashes have gone up, and so have, call volume have gone up. I did, last month's grant reimbursement and, for when it comes to traffic enforcement, and we did, write well over, I want to say, don't quote me on this, but it was well over 124 citations. And in that, with that also came, 4 separate arrests, which, 2 were warrants and, if I remember, 2 were drug related. We've been focusing most of our efforts, as I've spoken to some of you about, on Route 66 or 333, whatever you want to call it. And, we have produced, like I said, multiple amounts of citations. And let me be clear on when I say citations, because, it's not necessarily they got a ticket, they could have got a written warning, but it all falls under the same purview when it comes to citations. So, just an FYI. Animal control, they have been steadily busy. Fortunately, right now, we do not have any cats, knock on wood, and we have 3 dogs. So, we are doing pretty good as far as keep maintaining our numbers down to maintain the animal shelter. So, everything is running very good there. I have no complaints. And they wrote, let's see, last month for citations, and this is patrol for 108 citations, my bad. So, like I said, we have been steady, we have been busy, we've been steady. Guys are out there working hard, so things are going well. And with that, if you will indulge me for a minute, I would like to read something.
Sure.
To Mayor Andre Jaramillo, from myself, to also the Commissioner Jerry Powers, Ken Brennan, Alondra Anaya, and Sterling Donner. Notice of retirement. This letter is to inform you as of my letter of retirement. Due to my existing contract, I will continue to serve the town of Edgewood and the citizens of Edgewood until May 15th, 2022. I want to thank the community and their support to the Edgewood Police Department, the animal shelter. That's my official one. My unofficial one is I want to thank all of you, the prior administration, everybody here, on the support that I've gotten. I couldn't ask for a better place to retire from, and I want to thank all of you for that. 30 years, 7 months, not that I'm counting, but I think that's enough. With long conversations with my wife and my family, it may be time to venture onto something else. But I want to thank all of you for the opportunity that's been given to me, and again, for the citizens of this community for taking me in, treating me like one of your own, and I hope that I can be of assistance to any of you at any time. I'll be glad to. I'm sorry I'm not on the mic, but if I can be of any assistance to any of you at any time to continue to move the community forward, I think the town is headed in the right direction, and as long as we keep moving forward, we'll get what we need when we need it and what not. My concern obviously comes first to my officers, to include my patrolmen, my sergeants, and my animal control officers. I've spoken to each one of you individually, but I will say it out loud. We have a very good department. We've got very good officers. They're professional. Despite what the news media puts out on there, and everywhere you turn around and it says Edgewood, 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 that is not true, as most of you know. It's the surrounding communities, but not within the town. And I attribute that to the good men and women that are working here and the hard work that they do, and they should be commended for that. I commend them on a regular basis, and so does the community. I can't tell tell you how many times people come up and thank me for the job that they're doing. And I just hope that that continues. Like I said, we're extremely lucky being in law enforcement for 30 years of the officers we have working for us right now. Is everything perfect? No. I'm not gonna lie, that isn't possible. But they are good. They're really good and they're professional. So that being said, I'm going to
Which one here? Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, thank you.
So again, thank you all very much. And I will
Thank
make
you.
those corrections and get them sent to you.
Okay, great. I have a few comments, but go ahead.
I was just gonna say, thank you so much for your service, Chief, and I just wish you the best in whatever is ahead of you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from commissioners?
Chief, Madam Mayor, Chief, we've been with you for, I guess, going on 3 months. And I can honestly say you have been one heck of a gentleman to work with. Your attitude has just been positive. And, I'm sure that carried across the community, so I want to thank you for that very much.
And can I say one more thing I forgot to say?
Yes.
That I still will be available to the community and to the town while I'm still here. I mean, I'm leaving, but I'm not leaving like tomorrow, so I'm still available up until May 15th, and if anything is needed by any of you, commission, anybody here, I'm still available, so. I'm sorry, I meant to tell that up there, but.
Okay,
I'm nervous, got some butterflies, I mean, I've been waiting for this a long time, but now it's actually happening.
Okay, I take it back.
Congratulations, Chief, on
Thank you.
an awesome career. Thank you for serving the town diligently, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Chief, I appreciate everything you've done. And I know how hard it is to retire. When I retired from the Navy and I had my retirement ceremony, I didn't make it through my speech with a dry eye, so you did pretty good.
You have no idea how much I'm a baby, I'm not even gonna lie, I'm like, I'm trying to suck it up.
But I thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So Chief, I just wanted to also thank you so much for your service and all of your hard work for the town of Edgewood and the shape that the department it is in, fully staffed, great men and women, like you said, serving Edgewood. And congratulations on 30 years of service. I mean, what an accomplishment, right? I think we give him a round of applause for that. I remember meeting with you early on when you came here, and I just want the public to know that one of his biggest observations coming to Edgewood that he shared with me was just how supportive the community is here. Instead of being attacked and put down and rejected, instead the community here is the complete opposite. And you all are wonderful to our officers, and so thank you to the public for really welcoming him and making that impression on him and really partnering with our police department. So.
Thank you. Trying to hold it together over here.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, municipal court, any questions there? Next, we have roads.
Good evening, everybody. Gosh, happened to follow the chief again. Wow. All right, for the road department for the month of February, we graded approximately 26 miles. We had 5 snow days. Repaired, replaced 3 traffic signs. Cleaned, maintained snow removal equipment. Fabricated a new bin that was mounted on the back of the grader to carry our road signs so that the road maintenance crew ahead signs so they don't get tore up. Scheduled projects, we have Frost Road beginning April 9th and running through the 28th. I have into K for East Venus and Skyline Drive, a quote to be crack sealed. Both of those roads that need it pretty bad. As far as equipment goes, we got our trailer in yesterday, so it's really nice. The guys like it, and we are still waiting on the HON roller.
When will that be?
They're telling me late March, but it's coming from Germany. So I remain hopeful, but to be honest with you, I don't know.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Powers.
I just wanted to ask, the length of that segment that's gonna be done on Frost Road, do you know what that approximate length?
I don't know the actual number, but it's the entire Frost Road.
Okay. And is that, chip seal or is that slurry?
What they'll be doing is they'll be removing and replacing portions of it. They'll be patching portions of it, and then once everything is complete and paved, then it'll be chip sealed over the top, and it'll actually be a poly chip instead of the traditional stone.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Naya.
Chuck, I have a question for you, regarding the sweeping of the roads. Do you know when they plan on doing that?
Are you talking for
344 and 66?
I can call and find out when they're going to do that for you.
Yeah, because they're pretty,
There's quite a bit of cinder on it.
yeah. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yep, I can get a hold of them and find out when that's gonna happen.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Chuck.
All right, guys, thanks.
Thanks.
Library.
Good evening. You have a pretty full agenda, so I just wanted to let you know what was coming up. We have I guess I should update you about what we just did. We just did a bad art competition with the community. We had about 56 people show up and 34 entries. Basically, it's just a community engagement, fun, silly thing for people to come and do together. And Rachel, our other librarian, did an excellent job making the trophies. She was very creative, and people could enter under 4 different categories. I think one was crowd favorite, one was what the, and then another one was, what were the other ones, Rachel? Everything but the kitchen sink. At least that. So far we've had a bunch of people voting online and in person, and it was just a really fun, nice thing for people to do. Our next event is coming up this Saturday, actually. This is part of a series called New Mexico Listens. It's in collaboration with a couple of other different organizations. Basically, it's another community engagement project, a way for us to solicit information from the community about where we kind of want the community to go. We're asking the community to let us know, okay, this is where we're at, where do you want Edgewood to go? So that's coming up this Saturday, March 19th from 10 to 12 p.m. in the library. And we'll be there with the Chamber of Commerce and the League of Women Voters of Santa Fe County and the New Mexico Humanities Council. Another thing that I wanted to let you guys know about is we're offering another reading challenge. People can participate online. We do have prize drawings. Basically, people can download the Beanstack app. We're fancy now. We got an app. We were one of, I think, 5 or 6 libraries that the New Mexico State Library chose last year to try out or be a pilot library for this new app. And it basically allows us to be able to do more reading programs throughout the year, not just during the summer. So we've already done, did we do the summer? This last summer, we did a summer reading program, then we did a winter reading program, and now we're doing a spring reading program. And Rachel's done an excellent job putting together different ways people can hone their literacy skills, if it's through like an activity or doing reading logs, lots of fun, cool things for them to do. And that's from ages 0 all the way to 100. The last one I wanted to let you know about is the community mural. We've designed 2 murals. Currently, Rachel's painting one of them. And basically, it's going to be like a large adult coloring sheet on the wall. We're getting that mural all prepared, and people can come in April 2nd through April 9th. And we will have tubes of paint that have foam applicators. They can just color in the lines. If you can color in the lines on a coloring sheet, you can do it on the wall. But if you have a chance to drop by and participate, we'd love to have you. It's just during the regular hours of operation. And that's pretty much all I have. I was anxious to let you know about what's going on. The word is getting out. We're getting a lot more people in. We had a very, very busy day. And we're happy to stay busy, and we're happy we're open to the community again. Do you guys have any questions for me?
How shorthanded are you?
We're pretty shorthanded. It's hard to cover lunch breaks and potty breaks. So if I had to borrow Kay and Stephanie from time to time, I have had more people wanting to volunteer, but I need more coverage at the CERC desk. I was hoping that you would be willing to take a look at filling the library assistant vacancy. It's kind of like a paraprofessional position, but I'm not sure if Kay and Stephanie are ready to look at that. I don't know if that's in the works or not, but we'll leave it up to all of you.
I don't remember there being another position other than with Rachel.
Oh, yeah, so there's 3 of them. So there's me, Rachel, and then the library assistant position. That's my old position from a long time ago. So I'm not sure if that was ever going to come up again, but...
oh, I thought that we just changed your job description. I didn't think that we actually budgeted another,
well, I don't know if it's budgeted for. I don't know. I guess maybe that would be my budget ask when it's time.
And can you, or have you gotten the word out, asking for volunteers?
I haven't had a chance to advertise, no, but I can do that via Facebook and Nextdoor like we talked about last time. So, and then I think Leota's gonna start getting busy doing her newspaper again, so maybe I can do a letter to the editor, and then if we've got enough money for in the advertising line item, then I can probably take out a little ad. I'm not sure how much it's gonna cost.
Oh, I did have a question.
Yes.
Because this actually came up with the school board a long time ago when I was on the Board of Education. What is the process for acquisition?
I have, what do you mean, purchasing items? Yes. So everything follows the collections development policies. All of the policies are on the website. And I usually do purchasing based off of the collection development policy. And also it's based off of the strategic plan. All of that is posted on the website. I don't have that in front of me. But I don't do anything that doesn't pertain to the strategic plan. And also in that collection development policy, a lot of the purchases are have to do with national trends, because usually local trends follow the national trends. People want to read what people are reading nationally. I also have a clipboard at the circulation desk if people want me to consider things that they want to see on the shelves. I always take that into consideration. I do purchasing every quarter, both electronically and physical books.
Are we still receiving a lot of donations?
I'm not taking donations right now.
Is there a reason why? I'm just curious.
Sure. So the reason why is because we have a memorandum of understanding with the Friends of Our Library Society, If they're not really super duper active, then it's difficult for me to take donations. Usually I can only use about 10, maybe 15% of the donations to add into the collection. It's just like any warehouse or store, whatever, 100 items in, you need to take 100 items out. I only have so much shelf space. So if I can't put absolutely everything on the shelf. So it's a pretty selective process. And usually when people are getting rid of items, there's things that they don't want anymore, and usually they're outdated. So sometimes we get some gems that I can go ahead and throw on the shelves for people, but a lot of times it's not something that I can put on the shelf. And if I don't have a place to put those unused donations, they have to go out to the book barn. They get donated to the Friends of our library, or excuse me, the Edgewood Community Library Friends. But if they're not selling, then I don't have room in there. So that's why,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yep, it does.
And
Okay.
what was the name of that website that you used to pick the books?
What website I use to pick the book?
Yeah, or the organization, sorry. You said you follow the strategic plan.
Oh, so I come up with the library, me and the Library Advisory Board come up with a strategic plan every couple of years. That allows us to continue to receive funding with the GO Bond funding and the state grants and aid funding. So that's through the state library. So the strategic plan is posted on the Town of Edgewood website under the library publications. So if you go to the library pages on the right hand, okay, I'll quit explaining.
No, thank you, that's exactly
But
right.
all of that's under there, but I also keep all the policies, the strategic plan, and the collection development plan up at the circulation desk. Anybody can come in and get that at any time.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I know you're a librarian, and I know you like to make people read, but I have a question. Why is it that we have 11 pages of the same thing in our doc?
I have no clue. I only delivered one. I was wondering that too. I looked at the packet, and it's in there like 11 times.
Commissioner, I think what happened was she emails me and she sends enough copies for the packets and we just run copies without looking at it. And I apologize. I've seen some things tonight that I really need to come up with some more policy within our staffing. Me at the top of it.
Well, I was just curious if she was just making us read to see if
Really-
there was a word different somewhere.
I really wanted to push that point.
Well, it worked.
A lot of our departments are trying to help us by creating our extra copies that we'll need, and we don't catch that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys both for being here tonight. Anything else, commissioners? Okay, let's move, we have a long night, so let's move to Parks and Rec. Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor and commission members. We'll make this decidedly brief for you. I want to thank you on behalf of our chair, Ben Wilbank, who is now at another meeting, the board meeting in Moriarty, to lead a group of community members to argue for maintenance of the building next door, because the gym space is an ideal community center. And you'll see later in your agenda the discussion of the YES program, and that would be vital for our YES program. We've done a lot of things. You've seen in the minutes and the agendas there that we're trying to cover everything that Park and Rec does. And let me tell you, coming from a zero standpoint with 2 years of dust accumulated in our office, we're doing the best we can. But I just want to hit a couple of highlights for you. We're very appreciative to Linda Burke for updating our web pages. Our web pages were wildly out of date, and she's doing a great job helping us get out, because one of our big goals is that community presence, which we haven't had in so long that many people have forgotten that there is a Park and Rec department, so we're going to fight to get that back. Accomplishments we've tried to do, well, we've helped work with the town, and I've got to thank both the town clerk and the town manager for their great assistance. We would not be successful without that. We're working on, and I believe it's been posted, our Park and Rec's manager position. And once that person's on board, life will get easier for all of us volunteers. And by the way, we have 3 more of our board members right back here. Raise your hand. You recognize Ralph, of course, everybody knows Ralph. Right next to him is David Bergstrom, who's our secretary, and right next to him is this young gentleman that you all know, Bryce Simmons. So, we've got that. We helped with the ordinance, so hopefully, as the ordinance passes, you'll be satisfied that we put a lot of effort into that. We are looking to try to find ways to work on the equestrian center, and we thank those who have been instrumental in working with the County of Santa Fe to help us get better control of that. We know that we need to do something significant with Bassett Park, and that's one of our first priorities. You're going to discuss tonight the extending the lease to Echo Ridge Park, and that's a very big project for us because we have one member, David specifically, who has cleaned section 34, and he has gone through probably 250,000 trash bags, and it's sitting in his backyard because he only can dump a few a week. Venus Park here, there's a lot we want to do with Venus Park and the community grounds in front. There are a lot of things that have been left to sort of die, like the 2 baseball fields. There was an original idea for 1 soccer field. We can put 2 in. And I've been approached by a lady who would like to increase the sand volleyball presence in Edgewood, which I think we've got plenty of sand, so that shouldn't be a problem. That was supposed to be funny. Anyway. And later in the meeting, you're going to look at the YES program for approval tonight. I've got to thank Linda Burke. For those of you who've been around for a while, the YES program was hugely successful in the early 2000s. And we've taken her model and modified it a bit. Will not be a 6-week program, it'll be a 4-week program because this is our first time doing it. And we really appreciate that. And so we're also working on the Veterans Day, having a suitable Veterans Day ceremony for the town. And we're working on trails, we've got meetings to go to. So we've got a lot to do, and these volunteers on our committee are amazing. So we appreciate all the support from everybody, including the police chief, and the rest of the district.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments?
It's obvious you're doing a great job. I really appreciate everybody that's volunteered and stepped up. You guys are really moving fast, and it's important. I'd sure like to see that Echo Ridge project get kicked off soon. So I appreciate your work on that and the other stuff you're doing.
Yeah, likewise, the expansion of Venus Park would be ideal. Right before I came here, I was at my son's soccer game right next door, and it's crowded.
Yes.
You know, there was 6 games going at once, so, yeah.
No, just thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, maintenance, would you like to give us a summary? Okay.
We have, working on 3 bids to improve our plumbing system indoor, all the bathrooms, especially the library. It is disgusting. It's not functioning. And the prices are a little bit higher than we had anticipated, so we're getting 3 written bids. And we did, I was going to stress that we did hire 3 maintenance new employees. They will, one started today and the other 2 are going to start March 28th. And we have a list mile long, and they know that they will have a lot of catch-up maintenance work to do. And so far, hopefully within a month or so, there'll be a difference in the appearance of the building too.
Thank you.
I met our new maintenance man today, and he fixed the electrical outlet for the microwave, so I'm very grateful.
We have a microwave?
And also adding some, what do you call them at the bottom of the door? Sweeps, because we heard that there was actually a snake in the Parks and Recreation room.
Recreation, yes.
Yes, and so Stephanie said, oh, no, that'll be the first thing they do when they come on board. So, okay, great. So moving forward with maintenance, that's fantastic. Wastewater. Any comments or questions from the commission? We have the report in in the packet here. Technology. Jesus? Jesus has a presentation to share. Is it sharing on the GoToMeeting? I'm gonna check.
It's not how we sharing on GoToMeeting.
Okay, that's right, because the camera is pointed that direction, so that's good.
Okay, this is for the backup proposal for our IT systems for the town. So what does a town need to protect its data? There's two ways, data recovery and antivirus with ransomware protection. Network backup solution. Having a duplicate copies of valuable information is necessary for an organization. A network backup is the process of copying current data of desired nodes within a computer network and keeping the data secure within the IT infrastructure. Network backups make it possible for remote offices, reducing hardware costs but not needing hardware at each location. The benefits of a network backup solution: automate network backups, saves time for IT, reduces human error. Manually backing up multiple devices is prone to error, and it is easy to forget daily or weekly backups, and thus losing files. An automated backup, automated network backup helps eliminate this risk. Provides scalable storage. As our town grows by adding more computer systems to our network, a network backup can scale at the same time by adding additional hardware, drives, or a second-rate server. Reduces costs. And prevents data loss. The current state of the backup project. We have purchased last year, around September, the hardware. So it's a Dell PowerEdge R7040XT with the software bundle. This is a custom-built server. We use LifeOptics, a software that collects and visualizes and shares data to help effectively plan a workload placement. So it's not overbuilt or underbuilt. It's built for expandability. So what is Avmar? Avmar is a software. So let me see. Dell MC Avmar is a software that backs up product that can be used to deliver types of. Dell MC Avmar is a software data backup product that can be used in diverse types of data storage environments. Dell MC Avmar is proven backup and recovery software that delivers secure data protection for cloud, remote offices, desktops, laptops, and data centers. So how much will it cost? So I'm asking for manpower. So if manpower is not provided, if I just focus it on by myself, it will take me about 4 or 6 months to read all the documentation and configuration. I'm not a backup expert, so that's why I'm asking for help from Dell. So that's the one-time price right now, is about 15 grand. That comes with training, pro deploy, and verification that everything's working.
I have a question if I can.
Yeah, go for it.
Is this a sole source kind of thing, or is this a generic that we can put out through procurement and get these same services from multiple vendors?
I think it's, what do you mean by sole source?
In other words, are there other vendors that we can go to when we go
Yes,
out?
yes,
for-
I've been looking for a couple other vendors,
Okay,
but I was looking for Abraham Technologies cabinet and cabinet reader. So they all specialize in one product, but none of them do, Avmar. So that's why, they're willing to work with me and to read the configuration and deploy it, but, they're not familiar with the software. So I did look for multiple vendors.
okay, and Avamar, does anybody else make that software?
It's made by Dell.
By Dell, okay, great, thank you.
Any further questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Anaya?
I have a question for you. This is,
Yes, go for it.
you mentioned a manpower. Are you talking about an additional employee to help, or are you talking
No.
about using the software, the team from Dale as a,
The second one.
okay, just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
So after implementing the first stage of the backup solution locally, stage 2 will be uploading to the cloud. So we can have backup redundancy. The reason is, say we have a natural disaster, we can still grab the data from the cloud. The server can be in the East Coast or West Coast, it doesn't matter. Okay, so the pricing for the cloud, so this AWS integrates with Avmar. So we currently have about 30 terabytes of raw data. So with the pricing of 0.0054 gigabytes with 30 terabytes of data, that's about $162 per month. Any questions?
How much was that?
162 a month
162 a month.
for storage.
That's monthly though.
Okay.
So for, that's just the backup part of it. So the second part is going to be the antivirus. So I'm asking for Sophos, which Sophos is the world's most comprehensive endpoint product solution built to stop any range of attacks. Intercept X has been proven to prevent even the most advanced ransomware and malware by leveraging a unique combination of next generation techniques, this includes the ability to detect never seen before malware with deep learning. This stop ransomware with Sophos anti-ransomware technology, deny attackers. Intercept X also includes root cause analysis to provide insight into threats and instant malware removal to ensure no attack remains. So here are some of the features on management. It has multiple policies, control updates, one web-based console, application control, web control, download reputation, web security. This is just the basic what every antivirus has. Before it runs on the device, deep learning malware detection, anti-malware scanning, live protection, HIPS is security technology that protects computer from unidentified viruses and suspicious behavior. PUA blocking are a category of software that can cause your machine to run slowly, display unwanted ads, or at worst, install other software which may cause more harm to the computer. IPS is a network security tool that continuously monitors a network for malicious activity and takes action to prevent it. Respond. So automated malware remover, synchronized heartbeat, Sophos Clean, Response has a remote terminal, so I can access any computer if I have to. On-demand endpoint isolation, single click and clean. It has sandboxing. Sandboxing is an artificial virtual environment. Any files running in sandbox cannot be affected outside the sandbox. Any changes that a piece of malware tries to make it will disappear the moment when the sandbox is closed. So the current municipalities that use it right now in New Mexico will be Santa Fe County with 800 licenses, and Artesia, New Mexico, but I don't have numbers for that one. So here is the price from Sophos from themselves. It's gonna be a total of $5,240.23. That's for 1 year. Monthly is about $437. And then next year will be $281 with inflation stuff. But they'll help me set it up for the first time. It's one time. This is going to be a one-time fee, but for the quantity, it's going to be a yearly fee. I also got another quote from Abraham Technologies. It's going to be $7,000 now, but it does not come with assistance of setting up. So it'll be cheaper from the first option. Any questions so far?
No, are we about to the end?
Yeah, almost done.
Okay. Just because the night is gonna be so long.
Okay. So I was also looking into contractors. So a contract, you pay a monthly fee for it. So so they can provide like ongoing management, maintenance, and other on-site. So I'll be the first contact. So I'll be the on-site IT. But they can help with quarterly technology steering meetings, schedule monthly proactive benchmarking, security hardening for all our systems, and they provide some tools. If you go with them, they provide the antivirus. You don't have to pay the antivirus. If you pay them, they'll provide the antivirus. They also provide these tools, system remote tool, ticketing system, inventory management with hardware lifecycle, patch management, monthly benchmarking. So they have all these tools that the town needs, and we don't have none of these tools. If we do go with a contractor, they'll provide all these tools for us. I do have a couple bids for them too. One for the library.
Okay.
So to my current knowledge, the gym may be demolished, correct?
Well, that's, hopefully not. I know the community has really spoken out on Facebook and probably at the meeting this evening to the school board, asking. And I did look in their facilities master plan, this morning actually, and it said the classroom may be demolished, but not the gym and the, so, but that's still, that governing body needs to make that decision based on public input. But no, it's good to prepare for anything, so I understand that there may be needed some changes if it is.
Okay, so if it will be demolished, it will affect the library and the town hall. That's where the main connection for the fiber line is located for this building. I also added, because we have to relocate most of this hardware and fixing some of the issues that was made by previous whoever installed it before. They did a poor job. As you can see, fiber cannot be dangled like this. Fiber is glass, and I've been afraid to move these and fix it because if I do move it, it'll break. And I'm not a fiber technician guy. I don't have any experience with making fiber cables. So I asked for, in the quote, to have me more of this fiber stuff and fix these issues right here, because there is kinks right here that's gonna degrade the internet connection and possible damage.
Wow. Okay.
And here is the quote for it. They quoted for, because if we have to relocate the fiber line, there's gonna be trenching involved. So from the gym, we gotta have to trench it to the library. We're gonna have to trench it from, because this is the gym right here, we're gonna have to trench it to this location over here where the server room is at. It's gonna be between this right here.
Okay. Well, hopefully we can avoid that.
Yeah, it's gonna cost us about almost $7,000.
Okay.
For trenching and fixing all the fiber stuff. That's it.
All right, well, thank you, Jesus, for all of this information. You did a great job. I know you have a lot on your plate. But I did want the community to be aware of everything that's going on and really the IT needs that really haven't been fulfilled, especially with antivirus and backups. And we all know just what's happened with other governments. You know, one ransomware that comes in could be hundreds of thousands of dollars to get your system back, or you're forced to rebuild the whole thing. So this is very, very critical for the safety of our town, the town's information, and the town's finances, quite frankly. So I think it's an investment, some of these things, and we'll take them, I guess, you know, piece by piece with the quotes and everything, and of course that budget time. But at least everyone is aware that, you know, we are looking into it and moving forward on the changes that need to be done. So, okay. Planning and zoning.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, I'm just going to give you a very brief verbal report tonight. I promise going forward you will get written reports in your packet. I'm pleased to report that the Planning and Zoning Commission had its first formal meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission that you appointed. We did hear 2 zone change requests. The commission appropriately heard those, made good deliberations. They will be making recommendations to you, the governing commission. You ultimately have the decision-making authority for zone changes. They will be brought to you in the next regular commission meeting. It will be quasi-judicial, and both applicants will be moving their request forward to the governing body. I am pleased to report as well that all business licenses have now been refiled. We now have them in alphabetical order, and even probably more, I think more impressive, we have 85% of them currently digitized, and we'll have them all done by the end of the week. And that's because of our great volunteer who walked out a few minutes ago. But we have a community volunteer, Glory, who has just been awesome in helping with this project. The other thing is, you know, you have the Campbell Ranch coming forward on April 12th, so you will be getting additional information and the legal counsel prior to that meeting. I will report in the month of February, we had 4 new residential construction requests for new homes. We had 3 solar array requests, and we had 4 accessory building review requests that were complete. All those were completed. And we have initiated several business development inquiries. I know we're running short on time, so I'll hold back on details unless you have questions. So I'll stand for questions.
Thank you.
I just have one. So the files were not alphabetized.
No, they were just randomly, like when they came in, they would just go in the filing cabinet. So we have, and we're talking about 400 or 500 files. So we've gone through now, and it was interesting today. We had a meeting with the Santa Fe County Fire Department, and we had some questions about specific business files, and we were able to go to the filing cabinet and find them quickly, and also find some on the database by just doing an address search. So that was I was really pleased that it actually seems to be working. We'll be able to do searches by name of business, by the name of the owner, and by address. So that will give us some, I think, better information, and we can serve the public much better if we can get information available.
So we'll be in the 21st century then.
Well, I think we're in the 20th century right now, but we still have some work to do. But we'll get there.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, speaking of glory, I realized that we didn't recognize the Animal Welfare Board. I think there were some members here, but they are not here. So we'll give them the opportunity to report out at the next meeting if they would like, because I don't think there's any left with us. I don't think. Okay. So next, public comment on agenda items. And so did we have a sign-up list of anyone who would like to speak on agenda items other than, of course, the public hearings on the ordinances? But if you have public comments on other areas, we would like to hear. Come on up, Mr. Seegers. Thank you. Now, this is not about the ordinances, right?
No.
Okay.
No, it's about complimenting this commission on doing something the way it should have been done, and we need to do it in the future. And that is when ordinances come up that, you know, affect our property rights, affect the citizens, this kind of thing. Like the cannabis ordinance workshop. It was handled well. You got the stakeholders in there, which is crucial. Okay, you got citizens in there who made their comments, and the document you're going to review today incorporated a lot of those good ideas. So when we're doing those important things, and in the past, I can guarantee it was never done that way. There were an occasional workshop, but you know, every ordinance that comes along that affects property rights and the local citizens needs a workshop where there's an exchange of ideas before you put it in hard copy. And then you really, you know, I think, done the right thing by the citizens and the people affected by it. I really appreciate you doing it, the time you put into it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to callers. Caller 2 and 4, you are now unmuted if you have any comments. Okay, and I see Ralph Hill signed up. Ralph, would you like to come up?
Ralph Hill, I just wanted to reiterate what Commissioner Donner said about the soccer field out here. I drove by and I was flabbergasted by young people. You probably don't know what the term is. Flabber means amazed and guessed. That kind of applies to some things. Anyway, I'd say a definite need for more soccer fields, and we'll be working on that. I just wanted to point out the huge traffic out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we can go to the go-to meeting. You can unmute yourself if you have comments.
Hi, this is Linda Burke. I just wanted to let you know I see that the YES program is in the packet tonight, and I originated that program and ran it for several years before passing it on to Karen Harrison, who ran it for several years. If you have any questions about the program, how it worked, I'm just making myself available to answer those for you tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Anyone else? Okay, so let's move forward. Matters from the mayor. I've asked our engineers and contractor on the wastewater treatment plant to present to us the funding costs and project management. And we have joining us this evening, Mr. Todd Burt online on the go-to meeting. And Mr. Burt, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and present, and you are designated as a presenter so you can share screen as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me get this screen shared. Okay. All right, can you see my screen okay?
We can, thank you.
All right, well, Mayor and Commission members, first of all, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. I really appreciate the chance to talk about the MBR wastewater treatment plant facility and provide an update as to some of the many improvements that we're doing at the facility right now. We're currently in construction on improvements, and today's presentation is to really give an overview of the progress we've made so far, the benefits that the improvements will have, and then also just some general project information on funding and other things that are related to this overall project. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Anaya and Commissioner Powers, along with Kay Davis, for all of their support they've given Bohannon Houston for getting this project done. They've really been engaged with the project this year, and their involvement has been extremely beneficial. And I think I forgot to introduce myself. I apologize. My name is Todd Burt. I am the project manager engineer for Bohannon Houston that is leading the efforts for the town. Then I also have Justin Logan on the call too. Justin, are you there?
I am.
Okay, and Justin is the process engineer that has been assisting, actually working with Bohannon Houston for quite some time on the Edgewood wastewater treatment plant improvements project. So I'm going to run through the presentation again. It's a short presentation. I know you guys have a lot on your agenda. I know this is an important topic too, so we're happy to provide whatever information or answer any questions that may come up as we work our way through. So first off, so just a little overview on the plant. It's always good just to provide some background on the facility itself. The MBR is a membrane bioreactor. Current inflow is about 35,000 gallons per day as reported by the operators for the facility. It is currently permitted for 75,000 gallons per day. There's been notes of many concerns at the facility, and one of the biggest ones is the water quality, the high hardness of the influent water quality and some of the impacts that has to the overall treatment process. This does lead to additional operation and maintenance requirements for the facility itself, specifically for cleaning of the membranes, rapid fouling, and deterioration of the membranes. I would like to say the operators at the facility really do a good job. I'm really impressed with them. They work really hard. They do take a lot of extra steps, in my opinion, to keep this facility operational, keep it up and running for the town, even though it's a hard one to maintain. So, in reality, is the condition of the equipment is aged. A lot of the improvements that we're doing right now are things that just need to be taken care of to get the facility up and operational, get new equipment in there, get better equipment in there, equipment that will help the operators maintain the facility for a long time into the future. So a few of the things are discussed here. Justin will go into a little bit more detail later on in the presentation as to what each of these items are, along with some additional items and what benefit the facility itself will have once these improvements are actually complete. So where are we at in the project? So just a little background, recent background. The design of the project was completed in 2021, and the project was selected through a public advertisement process for a general contractor. During that phase, we did select RMCI Inc. as the lowest responsive bidder for the improvements or the construction of the improvements at the facility. That award was made for right about $1.2 million for the various improvements that we'll guide you through as part of this presentation, and just some key contractual dates. So first, the contractor got started. We call that the notice to proceed date on November 1st, 2021. We allowed them 280 calendar days to complete all the improvements, and not all of this was on-site construction. In fact, if you go out there right now, the RMCI has not mobilized to the site. They are in the process of obtaining the equipment that has a fairly long lead time to basically be manufactured and delivered to the site, it's many weeks. It's 20 to 24 weeks. The longest lead time item is what we refer to as the fine screens, which will be completed in mid-June and delivered to the site near the end of June or sometime in early July, at which point RMCI is going to really hit this project hard and get the improvements in, limit any downtime or disruptions within the facility, and wrap this thing up in quick order. So we expect them to be complete by August 8th or prior to that date. And then we have a final completion date, which is really just cleanup or any other smaller items that we find, as part of the construction project. But we expect everything to be functional by August 8th, 2022. And I'll mention that this will not disrupt any service during the construction activities. Any operations that are currently happening will still occur while construction is going on. RMCI has worked very closely with the operators to be aware of what they need to do on site and what activities are absolutely necessary for the town to maintain wastewater treatment throughout this entire process. And so the next few slides we have talk a little bit more detail about the individual components that we are currently working on, and I'll have Justin take the lead on these next few slides and just provide a short overview of what they are, and then also what benefits you'll see to the wastewater treatment plant facility.
Thanks, Todd. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Perfect. Thanks again for having us, Mayor and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be with you and present a little bit of information on the wastewater plant. I'll try not to get too nerdy and too into the details here, but certainly if you have any questions, we can go into more detail as you'd like. This right here is one of the big components of the improvement project, which is at the headworks. The headworks is kind of where it's the first line of defense for the treatment plant. So we're removing any material that could be harmful to the downstream processes here. And the existing fine screens that are part of the headworks are not operational. So their replacement is really important. And Todd just talked about the lead time of those Huber screens. And that's what is going to go in as the main component of the headworks improvements, which is these new fine screens. There's also a little bit of piping and a new flow meter going in. And the real benefit here again is that it protects the downstream processes, and in particular, it should help with, extending membrane life and reducing some of the operation and maintenance associated with poor screenings and poor headworks facilities. Next slide, Todd. Yeah. Another improvement that we're doing as part of this project is adding a membrane dip tank. These membranes come in what we call cassettes, which are really just bundles of, and you can kind of see one in the picture there. It's a bundle of a couple hundred plates, membrane plates that go together. And right now, with a single membrane train that they have, in order to do cleaning, they have to take that train offline, which means you really can't be treating any water. You have to equalize or store water somewhere else in order to take that train offline and clean those membranes. What the dip tank will allow the operators to do is to clean one cassette at a time. They have 4 of these cassettes in each train. And with this dip tank, they'll be able to pull one out at a time, clean it in the dip tank, and then once it's clean, put it back in the operating tank. The remaining 3 that were in there can keep operating while this happens. And then once you get the one you just cleaned back in, you can pull another one out and keep doing it in series like that. The benefit is you can stay online, you can optimize the cleaning because you're not having to shorten the timeline of a cleaning due to treatment flows coming in. So there's a lot of benefits to helping out with cleaning of the membranes, which is kind of a big deal just due to the hardness of the water coming in. the blower improvements at the facility are really electrical in nature. The blowers are okay, but the VFDs are not operational and need to be replaced. The benefit of that is it just allows us to not over aerate the system when flows and loads are lower. So the blowers are really the largest energy source or energy use at the plant. So being able to turn those down and use less energy when it's not needed, it's a power saving measure, and also can help with process control by keeping the dissolved oxygen content in a range that's appropriate for the different processes. The lift station is not right at the plant, but it's a little bit removed. And one of the issues is there's currently no communication between the treatment plant and the lift station. So some of the improvements there are associated with controls and communication, and it'll really help us or help the operators to control that facility, to know when it's pumping, to be able to monitor and adjust treatment processes based on what's happening at the lift station. So those improvements will be beneficial to overall operations. On the membrane system, there is what they call a diffuser clean valve, and it's a valve associated with an actuator. And that valve, its whole purpose is it gets actuated once or twice a day, and it's actually cleaning out. The process allows the diffusers, which are providing air at the bottom of the membranes, to clean out those openings so that they don't get plugged off, and you continue to have the right size air bubbles coming up through the membranes, which is a big portion of how they get cleaned and stay operational longer. So this valve and actuator, the current one that's there is not operational at all. So by replacing this, the operators will be able to program that in and do as many automated diffuser cleans as they need to in a day. So this will really help again with just overall maintenance. One future thing that we've discussed and something for consideration right now, there are 2 concrete tanks or trains that were installed to be equipped with membranes. One of those is equipped right now with 4 cassettes, as we discussed. There's a second one that could be equipped, which will basically double the capacity of the treatment facility from 75,000 gallons per day to 150,000 gallons per day. So that's not the only benefit. I mean, it is a benefit to have additional capacity, but the redundancy associated with having a second train also opens up some other options from a cleaning and maintenance standpoint and just an overall operational standpoint. So that's something we've looked at as well that could really be beneficial in the future. On the disinfection side of the treatment plant, which is just after the membrane system, right now they have sort of a manual pump that they've put in that allows them to add some chlorine and provide disinfection for the effluent. So we're disinfecting using chlorine. It's not a permanent facility. What they've just put it in so that they can dose chlorine and get some disinfection. What we're proposing at some point in the future is just to make that facility permanent by installing a duty and standby chemical feed pump with, a tote system and containment for that system so that it's kind of a safe chemical environment. And then also making sure that there's adequate retention time for the disinfection to take place. So that's another little project that down the road probably makes sense to do to make that chlorination system permanent.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. And so the final slide that I have is just to talk about the overall funding for the project. Obviously, these, there's always a question of, well, how does this get paid for? And so there's been a Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund that was obtained, and also a couple of state appropriations that the town is using currently to pay RMCI for the construction work that they're doing. So in total, the town currently has just under $3 million worth of funds available. And as you may recall, the total of this project was 1.2 million. So one thing I'll mention is the SAP 21 is a fund that is, the town is still working to basically close that appropriation. It's not available to the town yet for official use, but I know the town is working closely with the New Mexico Environment Department to make those funds available so additional improvements can be made to the wastewater treatment plant, such as the equipping of the second membrane train, and also the permanent chlorination system would be the most key ones we would do with those funds. So overall, I'm excited about what's going on at the wastewater treatment plant. I think the contractor's done an excellent job of pushing the submittals through, getting us engaged with the process. And again, I'd really like to thank Commissioner Anaya, Commissioner Powers, and Kay Davis for their involvement, with the project and their engagement. It's obvious they have a dedicated commitment to seeing this project through and doing everything we can to improve the wastewater treatment plant facility. So that is our presentation, and Mayor, we can open it up to any questions that you or others may have.
Thank you. I did have a question as to the timing. As I was looking at the awards and the funding, it appeared to me that a lot of these are very old. We just had to renew the revolving loan fund and grant amount, and then also, as you can see, the state appropriations are from even not as far back as 19. So what is it that delayed this project so long?
Well, so first off, on the CWSRF funds, that loan has not been drawn down because it would be an expense that the town would have to take on. So my assumption, and we're usually not engaged with this, is the town administration elected to hold off on that and utilize the grant funds, the state appropriations first, okay? The initial amount of 625 was really not enough to do the improvements that we're talking about. So additional funds were attained with the SAP 20 in order to award the amount of $1.2 million worth of improvements for this project. And then the SAP 21 was obtained actually after the award was made, or at least in conjunction with the RMCI project. So the process does take a long time. Obtaining funding is something that is not easy to do, and obviously trying to get a project that's functional, that is really an improvement to the system, is something that is most important, and obviously requires some time to get that funding for. So
I did see the 19 appropriation, and I guess if we had used the loan fund, we would have had the 1.2 million at that time, back in 19 or 20. But was there a delay as far as procuring a contractor or receiving materials, or have you been involved that long in this process?
We've been involved since 2019. The CWSRF funds were obtained prior to our engagement. The process itself does require an environmental review process through categorical exclusion, which does take some time. And obviously, we still have to go through the NMED process of completing the design, getting their approval, and working through those stages. So to be honest with you, Mayor, I can't think of a specific item other than just working our way through the funding process with NMED, and obtaining additional funding does take longer than typically hoped, is what I would say.
Okay. And also, does the contractor have, the project management, chart with the weeks and what they're doing in each week?
They do, yeah. They provide a work breakdown structure schedule for the overall project. And then for each of our construction meetings, they typically provide a 3-week look ahead as to what they'll be doing. Since there's no activities currently on site, I don't believe they've provided one recently. Again, they plan to mobilize to the facility once the equipment actually arrives. Our estimate right now is mid-July is when they would actually be on site.
Okay.
Okay.
That helps. And any other comments or questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair, any questions?
Yes, Commissioner Brennan.
All right, when you were talking about adding the additional tank for the filtered discs, is that what you call them?
The membrane train?
Membrane train, thank you. That would end up initially doubling the capacity of the plant, correct?
Correct, Justin?
So what I would, I don't know if you can answer this or not, but in order to help the public kind of understand a little better what that would do for us, could you say that it would give us the capacity to add another large store, or restaurant, hotel, or something like that, just so the public has an idea on how much that expansion will do for the town?
I think that Justin did drop off a few minutes ago. Oh, I see him back on now.
Sorry, I got disconnected.
That's okay.
Back, Justin. Would you mind repeating that question and we can see Justin's thoughts on that?
So what I'm asking, and just so to give the public a little better understanding, by adding that extra membrane, the membrane tank, to double the capacity, what would that do for the town as far as what we could be adding as far as uses, like another hotel, another large store, 2 restaurants, just so the public has a good understanding on the downstream economic impact of improvement for the town?
Todd, you want me to answer?
Yeah, go for that.
Yeah, so right now the treatment plant is running around 30,000 gallons per day. So it's about half of the current capacity of the plant. So essentially, if you added that additional train, you could comfortably, add, you could double or triple the size of the current plant before you would need to expand again. So, if you looked at the current user base, you could expand that by 2 or 3 times before you'd need to really expand the plant again. Does that help?
Yeah, so that would give us a good a margin of error there, just so we can add, like I said, maybe another 2 restaurants, another hotel possibly, or another large type retail outlet that would tie into the system, and still not exceed its capacity.
That's correct. I mean, you'd really have to look at the water usage of whatever the facilities are that are being added, but essentially, yes.
Great, thank you.
I just also want to recognize commissioners and Kay for all of your work on this. I know you've been meeting with the engineers and going through the projects endlessly, and so I know it's a daily work, and that's really what it takes to get these things on track and get them done. So I really appreciate all that you're doing.
Thank you.
Good man.
Okay, anything else, guys, on that part? Thank you so much, Todd and Justin, for being with us.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, at this point, I am going to just let the public know that on Echo Ridge, the Section 34 lease renewal, we did meet with the representative from BLM. It was a very positive and productive conversation. It's in his ballpark and his plate to draft the update for the lease. we should be receiving that, and the goal is to have that renewed by the end of the month. And there shouldn't be any issues with that. I have not seen that draft come through yet. So we will circle back.
I'll get on it.
Okay. So we'll take a look at that, and it seems to be a pretty straightforward process as far as just the renewal itself. Legislative results and recap, I'm gonna hold that off to a future meeting for the sake of time, and then we already mentioned that we do need additional volunteers for the library. So any members of the public that are interested in serving at the library, we would greatly appreciate if you would, let us know your interest for that. And, I neglected, actually, I think, to vote on consent agenda. So Commissioner, sorry, but we're gonna have to back up a few steps here to item 3 on the consent agenda. So we heard everything in here. We had a motion, we had a second, and we had discussion. Now we just need to go ahead and vote on the consent agenda, and then we'll address the, minutes, Commissioner Anaya, that you had a change to, okay? So, for approval on the consent agenda, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. And then Commissioner Anaya, can you let us know your changes on the cannabis workshop minutes?
Yes, Madam Chair, the minutes reflect that Commissioner Powers was voting, unless he was doing it from home. I don't think he was here. So that is actually under vote for the first motion would be Commissioner Anaya, myself.
Thank you. Good catch.
I can see how they could confuse us though.
I got him
He's
confused
mini
with
me.
Donner earlier. Not really.
Yeah, do we look alike?
Any other changes?
No, that was it. That's all I've done.
Okay, so we need a motion and a second
Make a motion to approve
with that change.
minutes, with the change from, Powers to Anaya.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we've passed the minutes of March 9th, and as well the consent agenda. Okay, how are you all feeling? Do you need a break? 5 minutes, or do you want to power on?
I'd like a short break.
All right, let's take 5. Thank you. Okay, all right, everyone, let's, come back into session. Matters from the commissioners, Commissioner Powers, go ahead.
Okay. So just a couple items. I'm excited about the lease, the renewal on Echo Ridge because that had expired. We thought we might have lost our beneficial open space there in section 34, Echo Ridge. And the money is available to do the improvements. The deal with the BLM under the lease was if we made certain improvements that we would end up owning the park for free. So it's a great deal for the town. All we have to do is construct those improvements. I know the Parks and Rec is on top of that. We have the plan sets. We're reviewing those and seeing what we need in the way of additional right-of-way or anything like that. So the building teardown issue that was going on, the Moriarty Edgewood School District Board is meeting tonight. And I know there are some people from Edgewood in attendance there. That building facility and looking at it is about 53,000 square feet in total. Some of the documents we saw indicated that they might tear down the entire facility, including the gym, what they're saying. So that would be about a $6 to $10 million facility that they would actually tear down. It would cost a lot of money to tear it down. It is serving the public currently, the Edgewood community, through providing facilities for youth programs and as a daycare. So I'm really concerned about it. I would encourage everybody to get up to speed on that and what's happening. We have somebody that wants to speak.
Yeah, I was gonna ask commissioners if there's no objection, can we hear from Mr. Fulweiler? Ray, why don't you come on up to the mic? You can give us the update on that while we're on the topic.
Okay,
Thank you so much for attending.
We had a great group
But speak into the mic so online they can hear you.
We had a great group of people that showed up. A lot of people gave comments.
Excuse me, sir.
Ray Fulweiler.
Yeah.
Okay. Edgewood citizens. We had a lot of people show up. They made some really great points, impassioned points. But they've already made up their mind. They've been told by the state they have way too many facilities. They're also gonna tear down the old, Moriarty Elementary School. They've just way overbuilt, and, this is the consequence. We made all kinds of pleas. It's gonna cost $1 million to tear down the elementary school in Moriarty and whatever they're gonna tear down here. But it's free money, so, they don't have to pay for it.
Nothing is free.
So, it seems like it's a done deal. It's going to get torn down.
So I have a question if I can. So when they've overbuilt, I know they're trying to build a $5 million sports complex facility down in Moriarty. So the fact that they've overbuilt means that unless they tear down all these buildings, they can't build the sports complex they want. Is that correct?
I don't know about that, but I made that point about the Performing Arts Center, and, yeah, we've been through some difficult financial times, in the past. Money was tight, but yet they somehow found a way to build the Performing Arts Center and now a $5 million sports complex, but they can't save a building that the taxpayers have paid for, probably more than once. And, but as they had their discussion later on and you listen, it's pretty much already, it's gonna happen.
Well, it's a real concern to me. I know that the history with the Moriarty Edgewood School District has been one where we weren't really recognized as providing most of the funds for the district, and we do. So we're kind of looking into that, and would like to have a better kind of relationship and culture between our two different towns. And this particularly is concerning to me. So I appreciate that you went. I appreciate that lots of people showed up and expressed themselves, and we'll be following that up as well.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So the other items that I had just a quick update on would be the Edgewood 7 trail system, which is in a semi-complete state in terms of the engineering, and there are some right-of-way needed, so we'll be following that up, we're continuing to work toward where we can actually start that. And then in the capital outlay part, we got about $600,000 for trails, which is gonna be a great boon. We're gonna be looking into the connection systems with outside the town, which I know Parks and Rec is working on. So, it's pretty exciting. The other thing was the additional funds that were leveled for the water quality plan. So
And we may hold off on, the legislative results and recap on that.
okay. So that's, there's more money coming from the governor's office in the way of infrastructure. So we're hoping that we've got our hat in the ring for that. So, we'll follow that up with at a later time. That's all I've got.
Commissioner Anaya?
I'll pass for lack of time.
Thank you. Commissioner Brennan?
Just a couple of real quick things right here. First, I want to recognize, what's going on right now in Europe, over at Ukraine. As a military person myself, I understand what those people are going through. I'm lucky myself that I never had to get into combat, but I would like to indulge the commission, if we can just take a short moment of silence and, for the people of Ukraine, and hope that they can all make it through this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let's have a moment of silence. Our thoughts and prayers are with them.
Thank you for that. The other thing, I would like also to thank everybody that showed up for the workshop last week. We had a lot of great input, and we incorporated some of those inputs that we had into changes of our proposals. The one thing I did notice, though, that there were a lot of people that were online making comments and stuff like that about the yay or nay, either way. And I was watching those names, those people that were out there, and none of them actually showed up for the workshop. So, I mean, I just want to reiterate what I said last Wednesday. It's really important for the people to come to these meetings and to voice their opinions, because now that puts and you're in the open. It's face to face. It's real. All right. When you're hiding behind the keyboard and just going ahead and just throwing out this, that, or the other thing, whether or not you live in Edgewood, outside of Edgewood, or even outside the state. I noticed there were some people outside the state who were actually making their comments. This is Edgewood. This is our town. This is our decision of what we need to make, and it's got to be the people of Edgewood that do this. And I appreciate everybody that showed up. The one other thing I want to make a quick note on, there have been comments of people with their dogs over at Venus Park, and I would like to work with the Parks and Rec going forward to find a way to curb that, to get people actually to go ahead and pick up after themselves. Because I would hate to see Venus Park get turned off to the use of people with their dogs, because it is a nice wide open space that they can run. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Donner?
I'll pass for lack of time.
Okay, matters from the interim clerk treasurer.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners, to update on the pay scale, I have been working with a former company that did our previous one, and so we're making progress. He has an Excel spreadsheet on our current employees, and I'm now sending him the new job descriptions that we had. So we're doing good. As for the municipal league, I never heard anything else. I guess they're not moving forward with what they were working as far as providing a pay plan to the municipalities.
Okay. And financial report for February.
Okay, we'll give you the actual financial report, and then I have the, all the bills that we paid and we'll do the treasurer's report together. So if you have any questions on the bills that we paid or anything that didn't look that you're not sure about.
Okay. Commissioner Donner, any questions?
More of a comment than a question.
Sure.
We need to look at the pay for the police officers here in Edgewood.
Yes, that is one of the things he's looking at also, because he's going to do all of our employees, and he will provide information.
All right, yeah, with state police, upping their stuff and it going into effect in April, we really need to move on that quickly.
I'll let him know.
Thank you.
The revenue for the February 2022 is $676,291. And the gross receipts revenue, it is higher than we had anticipated. And probably it is the Christmas sales revenue that has come in a little bit late. I can't explain unless if the economy really is a lot better in Edgewood, and maybe it's within the pandemic, people going out. I'm not sure, but we are having a lot higher revenue than we had anticipated.
Because we had anticipated with Walmart having the fire that it was gonna go down.
Yes.
But
Only
also,
dropped
So I was right.
for November.
and also there's inflation with prices going up, sometimes
It is.
20%. The revenue's gonna be higher.
But it's $200,000 higher than last February.
Wow.
That is high.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions? Of course, the revenue is higher than anticipated, and the expense is lower than the budget, because the town had a lot of vacant positions, and the town has been very, fiscally very responsible and conservative with the spending.
Good job.
Budget preparation?
Yes, in your packets is the schedule for the FY 22-23. I believe we'll be scheduling budget preparation meetings, workshops now in April. We would have to approve the interim budget by mid-May, our second meeting in May, in order to submit it by the June 1st deadline. So the schedule will help assist all of us in preparing for the next year.
Okay. So that's budget prep, and then, we'll move on to matters from the town manager.
We still have two positions open. One is the Parks and Recreation Manager, and the other is the custodial position, somebody who would clean the building. And if you know of anybody who would like to apply for the custodial position, please let us know. We've been calling people to see if anybody would be interested. Meanwhile, we still do need to clean the buildings, and we have temporary how should I say, custodial help, but they're not the permanent employee. And then we have 6 positions that we have filled within the last 2 weeks. And 2 of them are heavy equipment operators. A gentleman named Marcos Moya and Arturo Sandoval. They're both going to start March 28th. And they have experience with the DOT, so it is nice that we have 2 very well qualified new employees. And then in the maintenance department, we were able to recruit Manny Madrid as the maintenance supervisor. He will start March 28th. And also the 2 main custodial employees, Mike Argianas, he started today, first day. And he was very enthusiastic. He has retired from the Moriarty School District. And then the other employee is Jeffrey Johnson, and he will start the first day, March 28th, too. And he has quite an extensive background at San Diego Zoo and Albuquerque golf courses for the outdoors maintenance. And he his experience with trees and everything are just exactly the right fit for the town. And then the last new employee is an administrative assistant at the front desk. Her name is Lydia Upchurch, and she'll start March 28th. And she's coming to us with a very good experience as a paralegal and she will give us a good administrative support. And then we have update that the CWSRF 087 loan that has been officially extended March 7th for 18 months, and it will expire September 27th, 2023, and they have reduced the interest rate to 1%, which is extremely generous. And then the last item, I have request from New Mexico Renaissance Celtic Festival for the town governing body to approve their one-day liquor license, that they're going to be under the what do you call it, the Tumbleroot Brewery. They're using their liquor license for the one day, and it will be at the Wildlife West. And the event is at March 26th. So if anybody, if you're interested, go to the event.
I'm sorry, it's 3 days, 25th, 26th, 27th?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Sorry about that.
It's for 3 days, 26th, 27th, and 28th.
No, 25th, 26th,
25th, 26th, and 27th.
correct.
So I'm asking the commissioners if we will approve this and sign it.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion that we approve the dispenser permit for Renaissance Celtic Festival.
I second.
Any questions, comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Next, we have discussion and action items. First up, the Library Advisory Board appointment. We did receive letters of interest from Linda Kissinger and Willie Ellis, and as well another member who we will catch up on for the next meeting because we received the letter after the packet had already been compiled. But I would like to make a motion to reappoint actually the two advisory board members, library advisory board members, as shown on the agenda here.
I'll second.
I'll make a motion.
I did.
She already did it.
Oh, you did?
I did.
I'm sorry, still asleep.
Andrea, any comments or anything that you want to add?
Yes.
Brief,
I'll
please.
make it quick.
Yes.
Yeah. These library advisory board members have been with the library for a long time, and they're very good about serving the community, and they love working for the library. They not only serve, we have one with us, this is Linda. So they've been with the library for a long time, and they would really love to continue serving the library on the library advisory board. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next is approval of the summer 2022 youth programming, the YES program. Now, for this, we do have Ms. Burke online with us on the GoToMeeting if we do have any questions. We have a lot of information in the packet. We also have representatives from Parks and Recreation here on the committee. But for the sake of time, I think we should probably start with just discussion amongst ourselves, and I'll kick us off here with some information. So as you guys know, it's always been a high priority of the community, and for myself and former Councilor Abraham actually, to have youth programs in the summer. And I remember how difficult it was when my kids were younger, just always having to drive them over to Tijeras or to Cedar Crest area to Vista Grande, and also, you know, just having the time to drive all the way over there, all the way back, because Bernalillo County was very, very good at providing the program. Now, with Santa Fe County, we have reached out to them, and I do have faith that we will receive funding for the program through Santa Fe County as well. And so, of course, that's not a promise set in stone at this moment, but it's something that's in progress. And I really, really would like to see this program go for the 2 months in the summer rather than just the 4 weeks. So provided we have the funding, I think that that's actually something that we should shoot for. And we did already approve in the budget session last year, the council did, $25,000 for the summer youth program. So we have that amount already. And then I was gonna ask if the commission would not be opposed if we could move the GED program, which has never gotten off the ground in the past 3 or 4 years with the district. I'm not really sure why. But 15,000 from that line item over to the YES program, so that could be used as well. And that should fund us more than adequately for the month, I would say, at least. I mean, there's probably even more we could do with field trips, et cetera. And then with the funding from the county, we have asked for an amount for fiscal year 22, and then an additional amount for fiscal year 23, because of course that takes us all the way from July to June of 23. So I hope to hear back from them on that relatively soon, so that we can get these things structured and roll them out. But any discussion or other comments from the commissioners?
Madam,
Yes, Commissioner Knight.
excuse me. Madam Chair, I have a question on moving money from the GED program to the YES program. Is that gonna require a bar adjustment, or are we just,
It will not, because it's in the same line item. It's just I thought it would be appropriate to actually vote on it, because in the budget meeting in, was it August, Stephanie, I think, of last year? I can't remember those minutes. Was it June? Mayor, it was
July the 29th, I believe it was July.
July.
Last
So
year.
that was July. The vote was specifically for that. So I don't want to, you know, I don't want to use it for that unless the governing body has given permission to the administration to change it.
okay, just for a lack of clarification on the bar adjustments.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, because sometimes we do need a bar. So, you know, we were just mentioning, you know, if there's additional money that needs to go to IT, for example, for backups and antivirus, and, you know, that may require a budget adjustment request. So, so great question. Anybody else? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion, to approve an 8-week summer 2022 youth program, the YES program, for this summer, and also to move the $15,000 from the GED program that did not get planned, to the YES program.
I will second that. Wait, before we do that, I have a question. I do second it, but I do have a question. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm assuming these numbers back here are going to change.
Yes, they will. This is just a
Proposal.
quick proposal that was just based on the information we had at the time.
Okay. I happily second. Having 2 kids, I definitely.
Happily, right?
Yes.
Right. It's a great program. Linda ran it very successfully in the past. Linda, are there any comments that you would like to make? You can go ahead and unmute and say anything you'd like.
I will tell you that it was an extremely popular program, and was so for about 6 years or so, before it was no longer funded. And I still get questions from people all the time asking, Is there any way we can bring the YES program back? The town really needs it. So I commend you all for making that effort to bring it back and serve the community and the kids especially who need that summer activities.
Thank you. I think this will make it much easier on the parents who really just need, you know, something for the children, and also gets the kids active and out and doing things and learning and not just having screen time. So any other discussion or comment? We can. All right, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great. Next, we have a public hearing on the proposed ordinance 2022-01, the procurement ordinance. So for this, I am going to share screen and bring up a version that I made some changes to, and taking feedback from the community through emails, and also from Commissioner Powers' suggestions. And so I need to just share my screen here. Give me just a second.
If I can.
Yes, Commissioner Powers.
I just want to say this is kind of a new technique that we're using here tonight to raise that bar again on openness and transparency. In the past, sometimes the ordinances have been presented in a public hearing as proposed, or as they were proposed to be adopted. This way, we're actually going to have discussion as we go. So it's another step toward more openness and transparency.
Okay, it looks like it's sharing. Yes, I can see on screen that it is. So what I think we'll do here is just give a summary of the changes. The public can see on the screen the changes, and the commissioners as well. And then, so we'll just go through it kind of briefly so everybody's familiar. And then we'll go ahead and open it up for public comments, and then the commission will have time as well to make any changes. So you guys can, you know, jot down your notes as we're going through it if you have anything, and we can address it. You know, you can add your comments now or after the public has talked. Okay, so this is the red line version, and I made a lot of just like typo, you know, fixing things as far as formatting. So you'll see some of those.
Can you enlarge it?
Is it? Okay. Sure.
Some of us can't see.
Okay. Is it better?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for stopping me. Okay. It's a big enough, is the question. Okay. So, Section 3 policy, we did have recommendation from the public at the last meeting where this was a topic on the agenda, to change some of the wording here. And so instead of political, we changed to public, and instead of minimizing corruption, because there really shouldn't be any, we want to prevent corruption. I don't think we can promise to eliminate it. That all depends on who's elected and who's hired. I'll tell you that right now, because if somebody wants to go around the rules, they will. They'll circumvent them. So but we do our best to prevent, right? So representatives of the taxpaying people of Edgewood, great addition. Just to keep that in mind, that this is the people's money. Okay. All right, then so far we have the thresholds that have mostly remained the same. We eliminated, based on the feedback, oral quotes, and just stating if 3 written quotes cannot be obtained for these small purchases, that the procurement officer shall document the reasons and include such documentation in the procurement file. But I believe in most cases, the CPO, the Chief Procurement Officer, should be able to obtain written quotes. That's why we took out oral. Okay. And then, in this range here from 20 to 60, we eliminated altogether the option of not obtaining 3 written quotes. Okay, so then it's not even an option, they must. And we left the architect and landscape or surveyor services with the 10,000 because that's actually more restrictive. So if we were to take it out, it would make it less restrictive, right? So we left it the way it was to have that lower threshold. Okay, then here's the biggest change. Commissioners, you can think about this threshold. We left the ranges the same, but what was really the problem, I think, in the past that needed to change was that a lot of things weren't coming to council. So council was really left in the dark about a lot of things. And so to fix that, we're saying formal procurements greater than 20,000 shall be authorized by the Town of Edgewood governing body prior to obtaining quotes or issuing an RFP. And so what this means is prior to going out, the commission just needs to be informed and give their sort of approval for the direction that the administration wants to go. Okay? And then that needs to be, discussed in open and transparent way. And then the procurement officer shall be responsible for the procurement process. All awards and contracts must be approved by the governing body prior to execution. I added in here requests for information, so RFIs that we can do based on some feedback. And then we also brought in the town's former procedure of having a selection committee. And this was really important to the public in the past. They liked being involved in the process of selecting vendors for what the town needed. So we would have 5 members, again, 2 members of the governing body, 2 members of staff, and 1 member at large. And then I added in town manager, so it wasn't just mayor, or a designee will recommend to the commission the appointment of the selection committee. The committee will review the proposals, they rank them, they meet, and then they make a recommendation to the governing body. And yes, absolutely. 2 members of the governing body, 2 members of staff, and 1 member at large, meaning a member of the public. And this was the previous wording that the town had in the past. So I was able just to paste it in and make a few changes. Okay.
So the major change here is that the previous administration had changed their procurement ordinance to where a certified officer could make sole decisions about purchases up to $60,000 with no political accountability, no visibility from the public. So this is, again, toward more transparency and accountability.
Okay. You see what, this change on sole source purchases, it made it sound like the administration had to get the advice of the town's legal counsel, and, I think that that's optional. I don't think it needs to be necessary. Okay, here again, you know, just the governing body approving the vote with a vote to proceed with a vendor. Just adding in town manager to several places.
Yeah, so this section, we reduced it from 25,000 down to 20,000 on terms of change order, modification. So a change order, for example, on the sewer, plant, the contract, the way it was written, didn't include that extra train that will double the capacity. So we are, having to give it a change order to the contract. And so this specifies, that the town manager can do it up to a certain point, which would be 20,000, and over that, the governing body has to vote on it and approve it.
So we wanted to be consistent, with the 20,000 threshold having to be approved.
Quick question.
Yes.
If I'm reading that right, it says 205,000?
It's just the red line. The 5 is marked out.
Oh, okay, can't see the mark right on it.
Yeah.
All right.
Good question.
Yeah, good question. This is a big typo. Okay. There was much else that we had to change. Everything else is pretty standard. Okay, so that's the overview. Commissioners, any comments right now? And then I'm sure we'd like to hear from members of the public as well.
Madam Chair, I have one.
Yes.
After going through the, ordinance, I noticed that it didn't, mention, the prior ordinance, so therefore it must be supersedes, the prior ordinance, and it needs to be stated that.
I don't believe it does because we're a brand new governing body. So all of our ordinances are almost like they're brand new.
Well, can we, as a friendly amendment, do that?
Yeah?
Thank you.
Where would you like to put it?
Up in the header, that it supersedes, 2018-5.
Make you guys dizzy. Okay, let's see here.
That way, if somebody comes in with an old ordinance, we know where to look at it.
Superseding 2018. If I remember right, it's 005, but you guys can check me on that. Okay. Yeah, it is there. It is. I do remember because that was the one meeting that I had, I believe I was on vacation. So anyway, but long story. I won't go into that, but there was an ordinance. Anything else right now? Okay, let's go ahead and open this up to the public. Anybody who would like to comment, please come up to the mic.
I'm Martha Eden. I actually reside at 30 Lucas Road in Edgewood, which is just over the Torrance County line. I'm awfully short. One thing I noticed didn't change is that on page 4, you still have the informal procurement procedure. The officer has the authority to approve any procurement of 60,000 or less. You need to change that. I think you're going to change it to 20.
Yeah.
And there is a line on page 7. I couldn't tell whether you got rid of it or not, but I hope you do. It says, once the determination for final award has been made, the procurement officer shall notify the governing body at the first possible opportunity, and I think that's got to go.
Which page was that, Martha?
Page 7,
Okay.
paragraph second before the end. You may have taken it out and I missed seeing it,
No.
but it's so wrong.
Yes, it could be.
It's just so wrong.
I mean, we went through these line by line, but we missed things, I'm sure.
Page 7, next to the last paragraph.
Okay, it probably went down here. it, what number is it?
9
Oh,
award.
number 9.
I'm sorry, number 9.
Okay, and then.
Right here.
The upward. Okay, here we go. So, once the determination for final award has been made.
By the procurement officer. Then he tells you what it is.
Good catch.
Wait,
Yeah,
it
that's
doesn't,
got to go.
that one, is this the one you're talking about down here?
Mm-hmm, that is it.
Okay, so we're gonna
Gotta go.
say, or at least what I'm recommending, if no one objects up here, that we say, well, the governing body makes the final determination. Let's say the recommendation for final award, because has been determined. The procurement officer shall notify the governing body at the first possible opportunity
I would change that to
for
the next
award.
meeting.
Changes to the next meeting.
Yes.
The first possible opportunity.
Yeah, take that out and make it to the next
Mhm.
meeting.
It's not up to the procurement officer. They tell you what you just did.
The next,
You should know beforehand.
next
Meeting of the governing body.
regular meeting, or any meeting,
Could
really,
be a-
because
could
we
be a
could do a
special.
special meeting for award. Okay?
And then page 4, on B, the 3 to 20,000, I didn't really capture the whole situation there. I know it needed a lot of work. So what kind of discretion is there between 3 and 20,000? That's not apparently spelled out there.
So between 3 and 20, there should be written quotes instead of oral.
Yeah, but as far as what discretion the procurement officer has, the line on that page on the top says he has authority to approve any procurement of 60,000 or less. But if it would be 20,000 even, so from 3 to 20, a lot can go on that you don't know about. I think, just based on our past, how can I help it? So, I have no other comments.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, for the record, Bryce Simons, 27 Hillcrest Road, Edgewood. I just wanted to comment on the amount of the change order that could be automatically approved without review by the commission. $20,000 seems, in some cases, a lot, in some cases, small. I was gonna offer a thought, perhaps instead of going with a fixed amount, you could go with a percentage of the contract amount, or $20,000, whichever is greater. So, if you got $20,000 for a $50,000 contract, that's a significant change. If you got $20,000 for a $5 million contract, that's not near so significant. So I was thinking you might contemplate the idea of maybe saying $20,000 or 5% of the total contract amount, whichever is greater, and then kind of go with that approach.
Yeah, it's a good comment. Good thought.
Okay, let's go ahead and open it up, to the callers. Are you able to see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So caller 245, if you have any comments, go ahead and make them. Okay, let's go to the go-to meeting. If you have any comments, go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay. One of the things, one of the goals that I have is to not make it too cumbersome for the administration, but also to have the accountability that everybody's looking for. And so maybe even having a report, to the commission monthly of the procurements that were issued would suffice for that, so that they're not hamstringed on every single, smaller purchase, having to first bring it to council, then get the quote, then bring it back, right? That wastes a lot of time and it makes them inefficient. Maybe you guys could, Kay and Stephanie and even Brad, you guys want to address, what you see from the internal perspective with these limits?
Once in a while, we will have emergencies, like, we need to do some plumbing work for this building. And, getting the written bid can be very cumbersome. And, if we have a horrendous, plumbing emergency, we don't want our hands to be tied. This is a very old building, and we've had some, leaks in the bathrooms, and in the police department, we had some leaks the other day, and we weren't sure what we were going to find because, I'm not really sure how we could address if we have an emergency of the maintaining the building, or let's say that our heating system goes out. This is just, we had discussed about what are we going to do if we have emergency with the equipment and so on. So perhaps, that could be addressed later, not tonight.
We had an incident at the courts where mice and a rabbit got into the system. They chewed up the wires. Our court clerk called for one bid. She thought it was a little too high. We just called another electrician that we use, and that cost was about, we paid about $1,600, and then he had to come back and finish the project because he had to order parts which were hard to come by. And so we have that kind, they had no heat. So we're going to have some of those instances where we just need to call a plumber or an electrician. And so maybe we could get in touch with one or two commissioners and at least update real quick. And say, hey, we've got this issue, we're updating you, and then later on we could complete whatever we did at a meeting through this monthly report or a monthly report via email from us.
My only comment is it's surprising how much emergency trade work is. It can add up very quickly. And so I think there needs to be some flexibility within that. From a planning and zoning perspective, we may run into issues where we need to have some kind of expert outside review of a sewer tie-in or a water tie-in or a road review or a flood review that is ultimately probably going to be reimbursed by the applicant. But if it's a business coming in, the last thing I want to do is delay a process. I can see scenarios, but I think the bigger issue is what Kay and Stephanie spoke to. I know the plumbing numbers that we're looking at are surprising all of us, but they're not. That's just the reality of where we're at today, so.
Thank you, guys. Commissioner Powers?
I understand the balance between not inefficiency and transparency. So I like your thought about anything that the CPO makes the decision on should come forward at the next meeting, and we should be able to see any written quotes that happened with that purchase, just to review them. And maybe if there aren't written quotes, if it's that sort of situation, just what the quotes were. So we have some supervision and some awareness of what happened below that $20,000 level.
Could we make it where we have the list and it goes into the packet, and then if we want, just like our check run, if we want any additional information, we can request it. Yeah.
I was just gonna say that, Mayor, then you would see it in the financial report of the next month also, and you'll see where because that detail, you're getting that detail now, and we'd be able to answer your questions if when you see that amount, a large amount maybe even in the financial report.
And I like that too, because it just increases transparency even more and has that extra check and balance, that I think the community is definitely asking for. And I lived it, so I know the need. I definitely know the need for it. Looking for a place that we could add in that report.
You could add, Madam Chair,
Yes.
you could actually add it over on the, serviceability.
What
No,
page?
no, that won't,
No.
that won't work.
How about putting it under paragraph B there, under small businesses?
Sure.
That's where it's gonna come anyway.
Well, but it'll have all of the awards, but, well, that's the thing, it'll have all of them.
And just make it under, or you can actually do it under, A and make it A1 and call it emergency, purchases.
Let me see if there's a place down here at the bottom.
Don't you want it under the 3 to 20,000 category? That's what we're talking about. Because the rest of them require commission approval.
Right, but the report is gonna be for all of the procurements awarded, all of them,
Oh, I see.
yeah. So not just that range,
Well, you
because
could
we
put-
wanna know everything, not just partial.
Well, you can add, reports on each individual item if you wanted to then, or sections, or just put it in an emergency.
Maybe let's get past the procurement part here. Post award. Let's put it there. Is that good? Post award?
That's all successful bids. That could be up to about 60,000, which have already been approved. So I'd recommend you put it under B and include any purchase under 20,000.
Okay.
Would follow that format.
Because even if they're state contracts, you know, or CES contracts, or any type of contracts that, you know, we're going through procurement, I think it's important that we get the list, so, all right. So we can put it there for now. This can be changed anyway. Okay. Does that look good? The CPO shall report monthly to the commission with the financial report, the procurements awarded for the previous month. Pretty straightforward.
I would put including the CES and state contracts specifically.
Okay. Okay?
Yeah.
Any other changes?
Is public comment still open?
I am open to hearing from them. If anyone wants to unmute, they can. Or come on up, that'll be fine. Callers 2, 4, and 5, any comments? You are unmuted. Okay, does everyone feel pretty comfortable with what we have here? I'll make a motion to approve, the Town of Edgewood Procurement Ordinance number 2022-01, an ordinance adopting procurement procedures and signature authority for the Town of Edgewood, New Mexico, superseding ordinance 2018-005, with the red line, changes as shown on screen.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Question. Did you include Phil's recommendation? She did, you did?
Yes, and Ms. Eden, please come up. Go ahead, Martha.
Would it be possible to have it online for review for at least a week or a few days anyway? It's hard to see it here and study it. There are probably little patches in it that are gonna need to be looked at again.
I'm okay with that. If you all are.
Go through a whole public hearing to make changes, and I think that would be great.
Mayor.
But I do think it needs time for people to study it a little.
Yes,
Go ahead.
okay.
If this is a public hearing and you're approving it, then your motion would have to be to continue this. Am I right?
Yes, it would, we'd have
We'd have to
to,
continue this public hearing. We cannot.
that's correct. I would have to withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
Yeah. So,
And I withdraw my second.
I'm fine with that. This is not an emergency to pass this. We do want to make sure it's done right. There could be things, like you said, little catches here and there with the wording.
Reeks of insolence in places.
And what?
Reeks of insolence in places.
Oh, insolence, okay. Yeah, so, and we can post this and then, continue the public hearing. And would we be able to do that at the next meeting? Or do we have to have the 14 days and repost it again?
I believe, I don't remember all.
I would, if you're if a continuance is a continuance of this meeting has been posted and notified.
Yes.
Obviously, it has to be, there has to be normal notice for the meeting.
Sure.
But I don't believe that you have to go through the 14-day notification and the continuance.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think it's still over the 14 days anyways, looking at the calendar.
Okay. But I don't think we need to get it into the paper.
No.
So, all right. So I will make a motion, I'll withdraw my previous motion, the second has been withdrawn, to continue this public hearing on this procurement ordinance number 2022-01 to the next regularly scheduled commission meeting.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Vote. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that, when Bryce was saying about for the change order, the $20,000 for a percentage, whichever is greater, I think he meant this, whichever is less, because 15% of 20 million would be a lot of money, and that would make it okay.
It would be, but that would default to your 20,000.
Well,
Whichever.
yeah, whichever would be with less, when you said whichever is greater, so just.
Good comment. Do we want to add that into the draft here?
I think it's a good idea, but
We're in
I think it is greater, because if you got $1 million contract, it's likely that any change order as a percentage would be over the 20,000. In my experience in contracting. That's a good point, because what happens is if you have a $20,000 contract and you have a 20,000 change order, something's really wrong, either with the engineering or the planning.
Right.
But it's very common to have change orders that can be up to 20% of a contract, but Bryce is suggesting 5, and I think that's a good idea.
If I can augment that, I think Jerry and I are on the exact same page. I thought about the numbers, Ken, quite closely, trying not to screw them up when I put them forth. But if you do whichever is less, then the $20,000 is gonna rule out every single time. So if you got a $20 million contract, 5% is gonna be a whole lot more than 20,000. You're gonna default down to the 20,000
Okay.
every time. I think the fundamental thinking process is that change orders that can be arbitrarily approved should be relatively minuscule changes to the overall scope of the project. If they start getting to be a significant and substantial change to the project, that's when they need to be revisited. That's when they need commission review and approval. And so that's why I suggested that kind of an approach. If you got, like I said, if you got a $50,000 project and you're doing a $20,000 change order, that's a huge change to that project. If you got a $5 million project, you're doing 20,000, that's a minuscule, almost an after-sight sort of, if you're gonna comment the contract sort of thing. And so that's the logic that I've seen go through. So I think the greater than stands.
Okay, because I was looking at it that anything, over $20,000 would require a commission approval.
Right, and I understand that, and if that's what y'all decide to do, I'd be totally good with that. The problem is with these big contracts, timing is everything. And when all of a sudden you start hanging them up for what compared to the whole project is a relatively nitpicking little change order, you could cost that contract 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, whatever the lag time is before you can get the commission review and approval. And that could be big impacts on the overall project as a whole. So that would be my thought.
Okay, if I can make a comment, and having done contract management for large state contracts, this language really needs to be in the contract. And I think if you're relying on a separate ordinance to rule in a contract, you may run into some real problems. So yeah, we have this continuance. I think we wrestle with this a little bit. I think I like your idea, but I think there needs to be some language indicating that this language and write something out shall appear in every contract over a certain, you know.
Right.
Because if it's not in the contract, to expect a party to rely on an ordinance that they may not be aware of puts a burden on them that may be unfair.
But the contracts also need to be symbiotic with the ordinance.
I understand, but that's what I'm saying, put language in the ordinance saying it should also be in the contract.
I think that would work.
Thank you, Bryce. I appreciate that feedback. It's great. And, Commissioner Anaya and I dealt with this, the school board together. And so maybe that is something, to consider as well. From my perspective, I thought that the accountability that we had at the school district was great for the contracts because it prevented delays in the work and it prevented budget overruns in the work, and it had a high level of accountability to the committee and the school board itself. So yeah, I think let's wrestle with this one and continue it. So that's what we have for discussion. Anything else, Commissioner Brennan?
No.
Donner? Okay. All those in favor? Oh, okay, I'll do roll call. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Anaya?
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan?
Aye.
Commissioner Donner?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Next, we have the public hearing on economic development, number 2022-02. And while I pull this up, Commissioner Donner, will you give us a summary again for the public?
Yes, so this committee is something that I think the town of Edgewood desperately needs. We have so many people from so many different backgrounds in our town that can recruit and promote growth within our own town. We know what we want, we know what we need. Why not let us be the ones that go out and recruit for them? And recruit to bring in those different types of businesses. I think it's this is just a highly important thing for the future of our town that we need. And it gives the people the kind of the decision-making power on what they want to see in the town, what they want to see come in. They can have the opportunity to talk to these different businesses and tell them about why Edgewood, why they should move to Edgewood. So.
Thank you. Okay, so in the packet, I believe we have, two versions. And so we have this ordinance here on the screen, which was originally Commissioner Donner's. And then we also have one that has another paragraph in it. And Commissioner Anaya, will you address that, please?
Madam Chair, what the difference was with the ordinance that Commissioner Donner presented, I felt that it would work. The only difference is that there is another ordinance that is in file, and that is ordinance number 2003-14. And it states section 61A-B, which is the statute of the local economic development plan. So I added that whole paragraph into section 1.2 just to clarify that for two reasons, that we do have Avita that and we pay them for their services, and also they follow under ordinance number 200314. So that was the only thing that I added into Commissioner Donner's proposal.
And that ordinance that he is referring to states that Estancia Valley Economic Development Association, with the authority to carry out the rule, regulation, and responsibility for economic development for the town of Edgewood. Don't believe that's actually necessary.
Well, they don't.
Commissioner Anaya, I have a question. Do you know how much we pay Avita per year?
No, I don't.
$10,000.
Wow.
Okay.
And I honestly have not seen a whole lot of them from what they've done for the town of Edgewood. Every article that I have pulled up about Avita has been something that they have done for the town of Moriarty or the town of Estancia. There are other economic development organizations that we can utilize for grants, things of that sort. I think $10,000, we are not considered a member for Avita, we are considered investors. And I don't think we're getting a whole lot back on our investment. So that's why I did not add this into it, and this ordinance that I'm proposing would supersede the ordinance from 2003, which was also, what, 18, 19 years ago now? I just don't see the point in having to continue utilizing Avita when it's pretty blatant that the town of Edgewood is not a big part of their plans. And we have people in the town of Edgewood that can write grants that can help promote economic development. And again, we can utilize other economic development organizations like the Northeast Economic Development Organization, Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance area, formerly AED, where we don't need Avita to do anything for us, because it is pretty blatant that they haven't done a whole lot for us anyways.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Anaya.
Commissioner Donner, first of all, Avita has done quite a bit for the town of Edgewood. The only problem is they don't brag about what they have really done. A lot of the stuff that they do is behind the scenes. There are a lot of businesses that do not want to be in the public eye whenever they're looking for a location. And if they come to us, we have to acknowledge that they are talking to the town of Edgewood. We have to do that. That's an ordinance. That's in the Open Meetings Act. When they're running through Avita, again, they don't want their stakeholders sometimes, and they don't want the public to know that they're looking at something because they're not sure of what it is that their intent is at the point. So it's a confidentiality process that they want to go through, and that's exactly what they do. And I can tell you for a fact that they have done a lot of things for the entire community, not just the town of Edgewood or Moriarty or Estancia, but the entire community. That's what their basis is. And we definitely need their support. We definitely need their education that they have and their knowledge. So as far as I'm concerned, I want to keep them here and keep them with us. And on top of that, I wish I could tell you a lot of things about what they have done, but I can't.
Well, what's public knowledge is what they've done in Moriarty.
Okay, let me tell you what public knowledge.
I let you.
You're right. You're right.
Commissioners,
You are right.
Commissioners, I require you to take the floor one at a time. Right now, Commissioner Donner is responding. Go ahead, Commissioner Donner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. But what we do see is the things that they haven't done for the town of Edgewood. You know, when Avita is bragging about the 180 jobs that they brought to Moriarty with companies like Sky or Sci, I work with them in my personal business. Great company, hired a lot of people, but all that work went to Moriarty. And Moriarty had some infrastructure that we didn't. But I haven't seen a whole lot on an ROI basis from Avita. And, you know, I don't have a problem because staying a member, but being an investor, I don't think that that's right. I don't think that they need to be involved in this ordinance. I think we are self-sufficient in this town, and we need to start acting that way.
Commissioner Anaya.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Donner, you hit it right on the nail when you stated that we don't have the proper infrastructure. That's why the town did not get a lot of the facilities that did come here. For an example, some of the manufacturers over there that are building, manufacturing gun accessories, items like that, they would have loved to have looked over here. They want it closer to Albuquerque than what they do. So until we get the infrastructure in place and light industrial area built, it's going to be hard for us to get those areas. But they are talking and loud to a lot of the businesses that are here, and a lot of the businesses do want to come here. But until we get that infrastructure, until we get the off-ramp, we're not going to be able to do that. That's why I am working so hard on the projects for infrastructure. Same with broadband, for an example. The overpass with DOT. You know, those are just small items that companies kind of look at to say, how are we going to get over there to that area if we can't get off the freeway?
Well,
and on top of that, they have an airport that they can fly stuff into.
Yeah, and you know, you make some good points there. But we don't want to be Moriarty. I don't know if light industrial is really what this town wants. We've seen it fail in Moriarty. Why would we want to do the same thing here? Not necessarily that that's the way we want to go. But I'm not saying that it isn't either. That's for the town to decide. And that's where the people here should have to say in what comes here.
I don't think that we need Avita to do that for us in the capacity that they are so-called doing it for us. I just don't see a whole lot of benefit to continuing to go by this ordinance from 2003.
Commissioner Powers.
So I believe local control is always best in terms of being able to chart our own course, decide what kind of businesses we want here, decide how we want, what's going to benefit this town, because we're substantially different than Moriarty as we are from Santa Fe. So the question I have, though, is there a way to have this Economic Development Committee and this ordinance established and still have some relationship, not where Avita is responsible for all of our economic development, because that responsibility should, I believe, be local. And this committee would open up the conversation locally, but to interact in some way with Avita so as to get the best of both worlds.
You know, that's a good point, and I also wanted to comment while we're in discussion here that it specifically states in that section, Commissioner Anaya, that Avita which identifies Avita with the authority to carry out the rule, regulation, and responsibility for economic development for the town of Edgewood. Now, that was long, long ago, when Edgewood was a baby town, right? Just barely born. And, go ahead, yeah.
Do you want me to speak?
Yes, sure, absolutely. So former Mayor Hill, go ahead.
Okay, and so I'm taking my town employee hat off and just giving some historical background.
Thank you.
And you do have two people at this table that work for the New Mexico Economic Development Department. Not that we're experts in economic development, but we were exposed to kind of the fact that there are, and you're right, Commissioner Donner, there are multiple economic development entities to put all your eggs in one basket. I think is maybe not your best choice. I think being a member of Avita would be obviously appropriate, but I'm not here to bash or anything, but my experience when I was in office, both as a commissioner and as mayor, was that it was very difficult unless you were constantly on top of them. It was clear that we were not their primary concern. And I think that's a fair assessment. I think, and you're right, they do have the airport, they do have some infrastructure, but again, if you look at the way society is structured and how commerce is being done, I remember being in a conference 20 years ago when I was a national director with the National Home Builders Association, where they said that 40% of jobs in 10 years will be people working from home. All you have to do is be 20 minutes from an airport and have internet access. That was 20 years ago. Now, it didn't happen in 10 years, but it's happening now. So we have to structure our economic development plan to the realities of today's world and the way commerce is being done. And my opinion, I think you're absolutely correct. I mean, I think some of the old ways of doing business recruitment and business retention, those are the two things that economic development has to do. It's one thing to try to recruit business, but you also have to retain existing businesses. And you have to consider your existing business community as part of your economic development strategy, because you can harm your existing business community if you don't do that right. And so I think when you have that broader economic development group where maybe the interests don't always align, I think we do have to speak for ourselves. I think in many ways, when I was mayor, I wanted to align with Albuquerque's economic development strategies more. it was difficult to get there. So those are just my thoughts from my experience. Again, I hate disagreeing with anybody, but those are my really honest thoughts about that, so.
Thank you very much for that history and perspective. And I really do think that Edgewood has to carry its own responsibility and its own authority for economic development, and it's not necessary to actually put that onto another entity at this point, because we've grown so much.
If I can make one other point, I should have clarified it, because it said that they have the authority. And that language is put in there because under LEDA requirements, there are times when you have to have that entity that can be that authority for you. So don't be misled on the other side of this by that terminology, because that's language that's required to be able to be eligible for certain LEDA. LEDA is the Local Economic Development Act.
But my point is that we don't need to delegate that to just one entity either. And so, instead of an investor being a member, I don't know what the commission will ultimately decide here, but I do think that there are opportunities through other entities as well, not just LEDA.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Anaya.
We have Myra online. Is it all right if we let her speak on this particular?
I would like to finish with commissioner comments for the time being and then circle back to the commissioners. But we'll do public comments in a moment here, so let's follow that process through first.
Okay.
Commissioner Donner? You were, or was it?
It was me.
Okay, sorry, Commissioner Brennan.
All right, what I want to say, because I was surprised when I learned about this, it's $10,000 a year, and you're saying that they have done a lot of things in the background. Well, what I would want them to do is come forward to this commission and tell us what we got for $10,000 a year. We've been paying this for how long?
It looks like at least since 2003.
No.
No, it was, they came forward when I was mayor, so that was in the 2014, 2015.
But this ordinance that references them
okay.
is from 2003.
So, so it'd be fair to say we've been paying this for the past 12, 15 years?
Maybe.
All right, $10,000 a year, do the math. Right now, as myself, I don't see that investment anywhere in this town. And before I go spending more money like that, I would like to actually know what I'm getting for my dollar. Anytime I spend something personally, I want to know exactly what I'm getting for every dollar I spend. This is almost like just walking in and, blindly buying a timeshare that you may or may not be using. All right. I want to see where that $10,000 is being used and how is it being used and how does that benefit the town.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Anaya.
Commissioner Brennan, do you see all those lights out down over here across the street from us? It's called Walmart.
Let me correct this real quick. That was Councilor Ring, who was responsible for recruiting Walmart to this area.
Well, I think it was certainly more than Councilor Ring.
Councilor Ring was a big part of it.
Right. No, I get that, and absolutely, because there were other council members that actually sued the town. Council members actually sued the town trying to prevent Walmart. So, but it was an economic project that was initially going into Tejedas, and when that was turned down, I think Walmart looked at Edgewood as like their second choice. So that was really Walmart's initiative, I think, primarily. And we had to fight really, really hard to overcome the resistance to Walmart. And I think that is something that the town did quite honestly. And again, it was a local initiative, so.
Great. Okay, should we open it up to public comments now? Okay, anyone in the room who would like to speak, please come on up.
Diana Williams. I have two questions for the commission, and maybe something that you want to look into is, can you tell me during the last 5 years, what has Evita brought to Edgewood? And you may not have the answer now, but I think it is something that we need to look at. And what percentage of local residents were employed by something that Evita has brought to Edgewood in the last 5 years? I did have experience in Moriarty with a particular business out there, and what I found in speaking to the employees of a business that was brought in by Evita is that they all migrated here. It was the talent that was migrated in. They didn't particularly want to move to Moriarty, but they were migrated in, and they were looking to get back out. So from a skill level, I believe Edgewood has a little bit higher skill level than Moriarty, and I am disappointed that Evita has not taken the equal opportunity for Edgewood as they have as Moriarty. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else in the room?
I have one. One very quick comment. Evita was actually getting 20,000 from Edgewood in the early days, in the early 2000s. I remember that well.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to, Jesus, if you can unmute caller 2, 4, and 6. Yeah, we'll circle back, Ray. You were just a little slow. So caller 2, 4, or 6, do you have any comments on this ordinance?
This is Myra Pancrazio.
Hi, Myra.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, if I may have an opportunity to just explain to you the ordinance 2003. As Mr. Hill had explained, that particular ordinance is the Local Economic Development Act. That act was initiated through New Mexico Statute 510-1 through 510-13 in 1978. And it allows the communities to enter into project participation agreements so that you can help a business when they want to come to town. If we want to work on, a partnership where you give a little money and they give more so that we can get that business into town, it's the incentives that allows us to get around the anti-donation. But in order to pass the ordinance back in 2003, the criteria for doing that through the state is that you have to, a community adopts the ordinance, but they have to create an economic development organization and a strategic plan. The organization has to be made up of private and public money. It also, the organization has to have a certified economic developer in order to move forward on the Local Economic Development Act. That act allowed you guys to get a hotel. That act allowed you guys to get Walmart. We were involved in all of those projects. Some we recruited, some we assisted, because within the act, it says there in section 6.1.6.2, our responsibility is to make sure that all of the things are done for the town in order for them to enter into a project participation agreement. We have to get an impact analysis. We have to make sure that the town or the city, the county, whoever the governing body is, isn't being taken advantage of. We have to make sure that the project has the right financial criteria in order to move forward. Those are the things that we had to do to set up an organization. And the reason the town of Edgewood and Moriarty and Torrance County and Santa Fe County and Estancia, the reason they all pulled money together is to prop up an organization, you need a minimum of $100,000 to do it. So what everybody said was, we'll pitch in a little and we'll recruit and advertise us as a region, so that not every single town had to prop up a $100,000 organization. we mimicked our organization after Albuquerque Economic Development. They came in, they strategized. We had a 2-week strategic planning session with all the communities and the counties. That's how we started. Once we got going and had enough private investors, then the amount for each community backed off. Moriarty, Edgewood pays $10,000, and they have. The things that we have done for the town, Commissioner Anaya is correct. We don't go out there and brag about it, but we definitely have documentation to show everything that we've done, including in the last 5 years. We come to your council meetings, Commissioner Donner, when we're asked to come. If it's in our contract, if you guys want us to come on a quarterly basis usually, or twice a year, we're more than happy to come and talk to you about what we're doing. What we can't do in public is we can't talk to you about the business. We're under a non-disclosure agreement until the business says we can talk in public. So usually they have us come, it's up to the representative by mandate, by our contract that sits on our board, which is Commissioner Anaya. He will say, Avita, you need to come and do a presentation to the board next month. Does that work for you? Or however we need to do it. It's by invitation, and we're more than happy to do that. And you don't have to hear from me. You can hear from any of the board members. We do have private investors that have to match our funding. So we're more than happy to come and do that. The Local Economic Development Act is an act of 2003, which it is an ordinance. The one you're passing today cannot replace the ordinance by the New Mexico statute. What you're doing is adding a committee, and we support this committee 100%. One organization can't do everything for a growing town like Edgewood. We take our direction from your comprehensive plan, and if your committee says this is what we want you to focus on and we need more of this or that, we're more than happy to do that when we go out and recruit. So I'm not going to keep this long-winded. I just wanted to kind of correct that. We're not competing with you. If you feel you don't need us, you'll have to set up and prop up an organization, and you'll have to redo the LEDA Act if that's what you guys choose to do. We would choose to work with you in your committee. The only reason that is in there is so that everybody connects, the committee, Avita, and the Local Economic Development Act. So we're all within the law and getting around the anti-donation so that we can move Edgewood forward and increase your gross receipts tax. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Myra. We have had 2 questions, one from Commissioner Brennan and one from a community member, as far as details on not what you're under NDA, but in the past, what Avita has provided of employment percentages and amounts, for your services, what you have directly brought, obviously not Walmart, but other examples. Could you provide those?
So we recruit, expand, and retain. We also assist. By mandate through the state of New Mexico, through the Local Economic Development Act, we recruit. When we use our dollars to recruit, it's for sustainable employment. Sustainable employment is aviation, it's manufacturing, aviation, renewable energy, agriculture, the type of jobs that have good payroll. They're not essential workers. They're not service and sales. So in order to recruit those type of jobs, you have to have infrastructure. And you guys are working on it. And I have to tell you, I've listened to the whole meeting. I'm really excited about the sewer coming on board. That's a big one. Water is a big one. And the other thing is an industrial park, some kind of park where these people can go and I come to you and say, I got a project. It's 50 jobs. It's advanced technology, high paying jobs. And what they want to do is enter into a PPA where they want you to build the building and they'll lease it. You have to have LEDA in order to be able to enter into a project participation agreement. So what we have done in the last 5 years, right off the top of my head, I don't have the report, but I'm more than happy to make that available, is we have assisted and recruited your tap room that's fixing to go in is our attorney on Avita. It's our attorney that decided to put his tap room in Edgewood. We also assisted, we almost lost Fat Pipe because over an issue over getting paid for the fiber. We were able to go in, utilize our influence from the board, and you have to understand, this is an influence of, 5 other government entities. So when I go to the finance department up in Santa Fe, I'm coming with 6 communities saying, we need Fat Pipe to get paid. How can we get some funding? So we were able to find some funding to push it through Edgewood as the facilitator so that Fat Pipe could get paid for the fiber to go to the building so that Edgewood did not have to pay for that. They didn't have to encumber that money. So sometimes it's not just about recruiting, it's keeping a business before it falls apart. The hotel in Edgewood, we were able under the Hill administration, we worked very good together in working out a GRIP, a gross receipt incentive project, where you passed the GRIP ordinance, and that allowed us to get the hotel so that he could get a % of the construction gross receipts costs back to him. We also were able to work with him on extending the sewer line to the hotel. I'd encourage any of you to talk to Scott McCall. We worked with Mr. Hill and his staff for, at least 18 months on that project to get that done. And then we were able to assist Mr. Hill in getting an ELCDC loan and grant because we have members on our board that sit on that board. That's just off the top of my head. But we're more than happy to give you as much money as you want. But more importantly, Commissioner Donner, we don't want to replace your committee. We don't want your committee to replace us. What we want to do is all work together. Your committee won't have the ability to do the things that we do, but we can enhance your committee by allowing us to do our part. And just because you don't see what we did in the last few months or last few years, I have 22 years of reports that can show you everything that we've done for Edgewood and all the jobs that we've brought. And more than happy to give that to you. Just a request, and we're more than happy to give you a presentation.
Thank you, Myra. I think that's something that the community and the commissioners would be interested in. Maybe if you could provide that information, we will disseminate it at a future time. And I do see a couple of comments. Kate, did you have anything that you wanted to share on the GRIP or?
When the motel came to town of Edgewood, we were, had hired an outside consultant for how to attract motels. And so that's how that was initiated. And it was up to the town of Edgewood staff to help them get the motel going. And that we did have to help them get the height variance because they wanted a 4-story motel instead of 3. And I just want you to know that the town of Edgewood and its staff really do need to get credit for the motel that had come into town.
And I remember Councilor Abraham worked very hard on that as well.
We did have an advisory committee that when I became mayor, we created an advisory committee for trying to determine what is it that we need in Edgewood, what businesses do we need. This was our initiative.
Yeah.
And we determined priority 1 was to get a hotel. And we said, okay, in 1 year, we had a 1-year plan and we had a 2-year plan, and we met both of those plans. This was, and we did, when we worked, and this was a local businessman that we worked with to get this. And yes, part of the process for him to be able to make the project work was that he needed some LEDA funds. And so, yes, we did work. At that point, we worked with Evita because there is this requirement on being able to structure a tax incentive. We created some tax incentives that had nothing to do with LEDA, which, by the way, was rescinded by the previous administration. So we no longer have the benefit of that that tax benefit going for construction and infrastructure, that was removed by the prior administration. So, but there are things that we did on our own. And I know, yes, Evita was partnered with us and did a great job, and we did have a good relationship. We still do, hopefully. But I will tell you that it was us going to them and saying, this is what we want. And I think that's what you're looking for, Commissioner Donner, in creating this advisory committee. And I think it's a great idea how that structures. I mean, I think that still needs to be weighed out. I don't know how much of that you should put in this ordinance, other than I think what you indicated, that you are creating basically an advisory committee to review economic development initiatives for the town of Edgewood. I think when you cross it over to Evita specifically in the ordinance, I think there's some issues there that I would be cautious of. And so I think it's getting the group started and then maybe go from there.
Great comments.
And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be members of Evita. I've already said that they do have value. I just don't think, first off, it doesn't need to be in this ordinance.
Right.
Just like
I hear you.
Brad said. Secondly, I think we do need to evaluate our membership on it. But that is a separate issue for a separate time.
Okay.
I just would like to strike, I would not like I do not want the Evita paragraph in this ordinance.
Okay. Let's go back to public comment. Any of the other callers, do you have any comments? You are unmuted. If you do, caller 2, 4, and 6. Okay, we'll circle back to Mr. Seegers. Come on up.
I thought you forgot.
No?
On the Evita situation, we worked with Walmart. I saw all of their demographics, and a lot of other people did, but I can see we're not including that in what we're creating here. I don't think it should be a part of it, but I do think you've raised the issue that we ought to study these advantages and see what they've done for us, and then make a decision about what type of membership you get. I've been a member for years, and I'm no longer a member. Wasn't getting advantages, but they've changed and they do things better. But anyway, that's a separate issue. I was just going to pick apart your document a little bit. And some of the things I wanted to say relate to what I said before in the last meeting.
Yeah.
Okay? And on in section 1.2, membership qualifications and meetings, okay? The paragraph that I think needs a little rewriting, to be clear, would be the paragraph B, okay? And I believe everybody's got a copy of what I suggested there, okay?
Yes.
And one of the things to be a member, I think we want people from inside the town, business owners, landowners, to be on the committee, all right? And however, it's a little confusing, so what I think you really should do is define citizen member as you have, people you pointed out, type of people, that you like on the committee. Okay, I think I would call that a citizen member and define it there. The citizen members must be registered voters. I got a little heartburn with that because it implies, do you mean of Edgewood or do you mean, anywhere on earth or whatever? But there, are people that do have property here, may or may not be a registered voter in, Bernalillo County or something like that. And I'm not sure you really need that in there.
I would agree.
Okay. The other thing is this, what do I call it? Section 1.3, duties and responsibilities, okay?
That one needs to be.
And that had to do with well, your language basically said that, you try to maximize, property taxes, second sentence there. And I don't think that's really what you want to do, okay? And now, if you're an economic developer, or trying to get economic development in here, you do not attract businesses by having the goal of increasing their property taxes.
Agreed. I like your enhances commercial gross receipts tax.
Okay, so that's my other change that I would put in there.
Yeah, no, it's great.
That's all I have to say. on
Thank
this
you
one.
so much.
Thank you.
Okay, who else? Anyone else for public comment on this? Commissioners, I'll entertain a motion.
I would actually like to make another change.
Sure.
Under section 1.2, A, the 5 citizen members and 1 town commission liaison, I'd like to be a member of the governing body. And strike the last sentence, the town manager is appointee.
Okay.
I would like to have and 1 member of the governing body with maybe an alternate.
Okay, that's a good question, as far as the composition of membership that we could talk about here. I can tell you, my preference is for the advisory boards to have, 2 governing body members appointed and agreed upon by the governing body, because one or the other sometimes may not be able to attend. And so that's my preference, but of course, the other commissioners, you need to say what you prefer as well. And then the town manager, staff on these committees are usually like ex officio or liaison members. So I would propose leaving that, just because it's a collaborative effort that you need to have between the governing body, the community, and the administration. You have to have all of them working together as a team. So, Commissioner Brennan, any thoughts on that?
No, I understand what you're saying there. And you have to have the town manager be part of it. I do like having, the 2 members of the governing body as set forth by the commission. And just for, I guess you can say political correctness, where we're, instead of saying his, it should be his or her.
Mm-hmm.
Since I just like to try to stay correct there.
All right.
They or them will work too.
So, Commissioner, Powers, your thoughts? 2 governing body members, 1?
Well, I'm wondering, we don't have that provision in any of the other committees, do we?
We need to.
Is that what you're thinking?
Yes, the advisory board, you know, the audit committees, I think I've brought this up before. The audit committees and things like that generally have 2 board members appointed, and then, you know, they don't always attend all the time. It's like one or the other, maybe sometimes you have both, but you never have a quorum, of course. And then the administration is there as liaison or ex officio members.
And does the town manager still attend
Yeah,
every committee meeting?
well, the ones, or a designee, right, that can.
That's a lot. I mean, if we're gonna have the governing body members on it, maybe that's overkill.
Yeah, I mean, there's no requirement that you have to attend every single meeting. It's just the membership of the opportunity to serve. And, you know, like I said earlier, it's really important that someone from the administration is in the know about what these boards are proposing for advising and the commission as well.
Yeah.
I don't know, that's my recommendation.
And that'll be for each committee, not just this one.
It's my preference. Just make them consistent.
Yeah, we can start with this one and just every ordinance from here on.
Okay.
Do we have a public comment on that, Jay?
Yes, come on up.
Okay, because I think what Mr. Donner is trying to accomplish, you know, is get more participation out of the local business community and local citizens. And perhaps you want to consider the town being represented by an alternate and a key liaison person. And maybe with the dilution that we're putting that many people on, that are the town people, you're diluting the participation of the local business community and that sort of thing. You're filling positions. So maybe we ought to raise that to a minimum of 7 people. It would give you a much broader base, and then you could pick more different types of people with different expertise, and it would be big enough to do that.
I agree, that's a really good point,
Yeah.
because we have all of these, and I was gonna see if we could change banking to financial maybe or something, because
Yeah,
finance, you know,
financial.
financial.
You had mentioned in the last meeting, talking about this, about home-based businesses.
Pardon?
Home-based businesses,
Oh, yeah,
that, I would put that under like a small business, or would you consider that something different?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
All right, you had mentioned including home-based businesses.
Yeah, that would be a good category to, you know, or somebody you should draw. But when you pick your committee, you know, that's the pool,
Okay.
one of the members of the pool that you should have to pick from.
Okay.
Okay, and that, you know, keeping that in mind, perhaps the committee can take care of that angle without, you know, putting it in statute, so to speak.
Okay. Yeah, I like the adding 2 additional members
Okay.
to 7. What do you guys think?
Okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Anaya, what do you think about the membership?
7's fine.
Okay.
That gives you more of a chance to have a quorum.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Just a quick comment, if I may, Commission.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if you want to structurally identify planning and zoning, but what I have found, and I think my experience is, when a business is interested in locating to Edgewood, one of the first calls they make is to me as the planning and zoning manager. And so I think there needs to be, you know, I would like to be able to participate in the process, or not me personally, but I think the position should be identified as somehow participating in the process some way. Because again, sometimes the first inquiry that, or inkling that a business may be coming into the town, that first call comes to planning and zoning.
That's a great point. What if we added, town manager, comma, planning and zoning administrator, comma, or appointee? I mean, that, because it gives it the flexibility.
Yeah, I like that. And it points it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else? How about on GoToMeeting? You could unmute yourself if you have any comments. We have KF and Linda Burke, MPAC.
Hi, this is Linda Burke. Sorry, it took me a second to unmute. I am really glad to see the concept of having an economic development committee for the town. In the past, the Chamber of Commerce has worked with the town to somewhat fill the function that this committee would fill in assisting in identifying businesses that we'd like to see come to the town and so forth. I don't want to in any way give the impression that we would take the place of an organization that's certified for LEDA, because we are not. So we have a different role than Avita does. But I think that it's good for the town, and it's local input as to what needs to come here, and the interest of the community in what we draw here really matters in finding that community support once a business is here. And the chamber, that is part of what we do, is try and support our local businesses. Once they're here, help them grow, help them connect with other businesses and organizations. And this is a great step in that direction for the town.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Anaya.
I'd like to make a motion for the ordinance for the town of Edgewood, ordinance number 2022-02A to be the ordinance following for the committee for economic development.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, the motion fails on that one. Do we have another motion?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to pass an ordinance of the town of Edgewood, New Mexico, ordinance number 2022-02, an ordinance establishing an economic development committee, providing for its purpose, membership terms and duties, providing for related matters, with all the edits that we have discussed in this room and online.
Okay. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. And during discussion here, I would like us to list out the specific changes that we made. So I'm going to read them, and then you guys can add if I miss something, okay?
Before you do that, can I just ask a question?
Sure, Commissioner Powers.
So this won't prohibit our relationship with Avita. We can still evaluate that relationship. And as far as I know, we're still members, and this committee will interact with them.
Yes, absolutely. And just one moment here. Also, I did hear Myra say that she would provide us the information on employment and results and, you know, economic development that Avita has provided, so that everyone's clear on exactly, you know, what the assistance has been. And it really, that type of analysis is helpful for anything we do in the future, so that we can see maybe what's working and what's not working.
I think that's fair to evaluate what we're getting and for our money, the cost benefit analysis. I just wanted to be clear that I heard Myra say that, and I don't know if she's still on the line, but she said that she would work with this committee in any capacity. It's not mutually exclusive is what I thought I heard.
Yes, that's true. It doesn't have to be in here. Commissioner Anaya?
Madam Chair, as long as the ordinance does not supersede ordinance number 2003-14.
Correct. It does not. And just a note here that we have our hands full on all of the ordinances and resolutions that we need to address in the very soon months here, and that will be one of them in the future. So yes, that is correct. It will not supersede ordinance 2003-14. Okay, so for changes, I have a change of banking to financial, a minimum of 7 citizen members and 7 citizen members. That's what it says.
Line 1, then I think he's talking about the first.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
Citizen member. Mine says 5 members.
Yeah, it says 5 members. We're gonna change the wording from
up here.
members to citizen members.
Okay, so on the first line of A, committee shall be comprised of no less than 5, sorry, citizen members and 1 alternate. Okay, so there shall be a minimum of 7 citizen members and 2 town commissioners, not liaisons. The town manager, P&Z administrator, or appointee shall act as a town staff liaison for the committee. And then we did have, to strike, citizen members must be registered voters.
Yes.
And we have, strike maximizes commercial property tax revenue and replace it with enhances commercial gross receipts tax revenue.
Yes.
Did I get them all?
Yes.
No? Okay. All right, so we'll do roll call vote. Yes, Stephanie.
That the numbering be changed, it starts, page 2 has section 2, page 3 has section 4. Does that number be changed to 3?
Typo, thank you. Okay, and we'll do roll call vote. Commissioner Powers.
Aye.
Commissioner Brennan.
Aye.
Commissioner Donner.
Aye.
I vote aye, and Commissioner Anaya.
No.
Okay. Next, we have, do you guys want a short break? Let's take a quick break, before we jump into the cannabis ordinance. This will be quite long.
That's not a cannabis break, right?
No, no cannabis break. Oh my God, I'm tired of sitting.
Me too.
We want They have to approve it, give it to the attorney, they have to approve it. Hi Ralph, how are you? Good, good, thank you for a while. I know, it's been a long time. How many good bathrooms lately?
I had a couple of days.
There you go.
So I think this gentleman here, he's a retired professional, but he's thinking about coming back as a janitor.
Oh, sweet.
And I'll be his backup. My wife said, I think, okay. That is just, I'm just, you don't have a janitor, I can't say. Nobody likes going to clean toilets today,
I'm hired. But he's supplying. He's a proxy.
I don't hear.
Stephanie and I'm defecting to him. I don't know when the coffee break is. No. This will be easy.
I did. I had a little tiny thing. All right. Okay. Come back into order at 10:26. Thank you, everyone, for that break. So next, we have the public hearing on the cannabis ordinance. And for this, we have two. And I do want to explain that the two ordinances we have been presented, and one really relates to production and sale, et cetera, and the other relates to licensing. And so we just need to merge wording in from the licensing version into the other version, okay? So I want to start off by Commissioner Brennan, can you give the public kind of a summary of how the workshop went, et cetera?
Well, the workshop went really well. We had members of the industry come up to give us their input, which was quite valuable, and brought some things to light that weren't really well known, and we were able to incorporate some of their requests into the ordinance. The other thing too, as I went back, also last night, I went back through the state House Bill 2 that was signed regarding this, and I came across the conclusion that the area for like we had which was Section 8 for the consumption areas, that the way the state law was written, it did not say that we had to have those consumption areas, and it has been made comment that we probably should not have that right now. So on the revised version that I brought out, that entire section was stricken out of it. Few things that we went through to verify, it would be for distances, for boundaries. And I went through and reread the state law again, and I thought we had the option to go beyond the 300 feet. And as I reread it, the way it's written, I believe we do not have that option to go beyond 300 feet for the boundaries. However, I was able to, didn't see any problem with us with adding the situation on, also adding the verbiage for, school, child daycare facility, church that provide child services, or any kind that was in existence. And that's in there, that verbiage falls in there a couple of times. And I believe there's also for a community center where there would be minors present. We also did go ahead and add in there for businesses that are already in existence, because we do have a few medical providers out there that are already in existence, and they're also operating as a micro business. So we had, one thing, I'm sorry.
We did not decide anything in that meeting. It was just information gathering.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the bring that. I'm just going over the inputs. Yeah, nothing was decided. That's what that I did? No. Sorry. No.
That was the input you got?
Yeah, that was the input we got. So I did make changes to the verbiage in it, and it was, of course, the copy of the highlighting didn't come out the way I had hoped to. So most of it was highlighted in yellow, and there was one that was highlighted in gray that was to just maybe for us to clarify maybe some of the language, but when it goes to the copier, everything came out gray. So.
Are you talking about Section 8 on page 7? Or that one's just stricken?
Yeah, it was stricken.
Okay.
Section 5, I think.
Because I could read the rest. I mean, it was great, but you can still read it.
So there were, some good changes made, and like I said, some of it was just, changing in wording, to, make it a little bit clearer.
Okay.
I'd be glad to take any questions.
I
think we're still.
Yeah, I was thinking that's a good summary of the workshop and, where you were at with this one. And then next we have, and I have part of it up on the screen here, but it's relating to the actual business licenses. And so Commissioner Anaya, will you also give a summary of the workshop and this ordinance here?
Okay, let me see where to start.
How did it go at the workshop?
I felt that the workshop was very productive.
Can you speak in your mic, please?
I heard a lot of comments that it was very productive.
Again, I enjoyed the workshop tremendously because the people that came were actually people that are in the business, and then the community that came out spoke, about what they felt that the ordinance should do for the town. So what I did on mine is I worked mostly with the licensing side of the ordinances, because I kind of felt that that's what we were trying to establish. But in going back and reading Ken's too, I noticed that it's a combination. So this ordinance is not going to be a 2-page ordinance. It's probably going to end up being more like about a 15, 20-page ordinance. And I feel like it's needed in order to spell out everything, because in this particular ordinance, particular law, is something that we have to do. I mean, we cannot deny anybody from selling. The only thing we can do is make the ordinances fall within the guidelines or a little bit more strenuous. So Ken's got some good points, and I think I have some good points in mine. Again, they're two separate ordinances, so let's see how we can go and make one out of the two.
Okay. All right.
Me.
Yes, Commissioner.
So I was there too. I just was the one that didn't have an ordinance for this. It was highly educational. There was the medical dispensaries that were there that will also be selling recreational had a lot of insight that I don't think we really had. At least I didn't, and I know some of the citizens that were there. It was highly educational. I've read through both Ken and Phil's ordinances. I think there is a lot of really good things in both, that we could have a hybrid of both of these combined. And I think everybody that was there agreed that there was a lot of really, really good things in both ordinances. So.
Thank you. Okay. So at this point, I think we should hear from the public. So anyone in the room here that would like to come up and speak, come on up. I know, Mr. Seegers, you gave us a list of changes for this one as well.
I'm a little confused about what you're talking about. That was a second ordinance. I didn't see that, and we didn't find that online, so I assume I'm talking about this ordinance we went over in with your changes. I've got the one that you presented or you ended up making the changes that came out of the study group.
Right.
Okay, that's what I'm commenting on. One of the things that I think we've got to address is, and it's not really spelled out here, but the existing establishments, okay? What's gonna happen with existing establishments, I got the impression, was that they're gonna put in for the retail location, so they'll come under that, okay? So I think to be clear, we need to spell out that those existing establishments that decide to go for retail will be grandfathered in their location. If we don't put that in there and spell it out, then I think it's very confusing what their status is. Because they might be within 200 feet, 300 feet of a residential area. And the other thing, and that's why I'm thinking we ought to, my paragraph G under section 6, I think we should say that existing medical establishments will be grandfathered exempt from this restriction when they apply for retail sales at their existing location. It doesn't give them a right to go to other locations then, or confuse it. But it means that at their location that they went for retail and they were within 300 feet or, of another establishment or one of the other existing outfits might be within 1,000 feet of each other. So I think you've got to spell out that they're grandfathered and that'll be okay, all right? And then, let's see, paragraph G, paragraph L, I think it is. I, okay, existing medical establishments must be grandfathered exempt from this restriction when they apply for retail sales. I think you should stick that paragraph in there, following up the distance, requirement. The other thing that I'm a little worried about is section 9, operational requirements, okay. We've got 1,000 foot between the various, any new establishment, okay? And that doesn't exactly tell me where you're measuring from, all right? Because there's strip shopping centers and that sort of thing. So, when you measure for the alcohol situation, 300 feet from a school, you measure from the edge of the property, the physical lot, okay? But when you measure in a shopping center, you might have a guy build a nice strip center, and he might have, one lot. Okay, that lot could be 80 acres. That could be 40 acres, all right? So I think probably you'll get what you want by stating how you'd measure the distance. I suggested from the front door of one establishment to the front door of the next establishment. Now, they could be 1,000 feet away from each other, measuring from their front door, but you might imply that it's that 80-acre tract that you're measuring from. And you've tainted that 80-acre tract so it can never have another establishment on the commercial lot next door. Are you following me?
Yep, I understand.
Okay.
So if I understand you right, basically the wording would go with something like, establishments must maintain a distance of 1,000 feet between locations from the entry door of one to the entry door of the other.
Yes.
But
Then you've
it
made it
says in
clear.
multi-use buildings, shopping centers.
Yeah, a big old strip center, a guy, when they build a strip center, a guy might build a strip that's 10 stores, and then he might go down a little further and build 10 more at a later date, because it's a successful center. Then I think you ought to give some thought to the distance from residential property, and I'll tell you why. Look at your zoning map over there, all right, and that's not in my comments. But all of our commercial...
Can you hand him a mic?
Oh, thank you. All of of your commercial, not all, but almost all of your commercial is along 66, okay, in that strip. Therefore, all of that commercial on 66 backs up to residential property. So if you eliminated our Route 66 frontage south of 66, if you say 300 feet from residential property, because, or whatever you said, because a lot of those lots in there, I'm very familiar with them, I probably sold 20 of them, you know, are 300 foot deep or less in some places. So yeah, I wonder whether the requirement to set back from residential property, if you're already commercial, everybody that's a resident in there knew there was commercial next door. So you might want to give that some thought, and I'm not telling you how to work it.
Can I ask a question here? Sure. So the area you're referring to that's less than 300 foot deep is along here?
Yeah, the brown, the beige stuff. So you'd eliminate it there, but you'd also eliminate in other spots.
So as long as these are more than 300 feet deep from the
Yeah,
building?
I did it 300 feet, I'm not looking at it now, so I don't.
Yeah, I believe it was 300 feet, I was just looking for the line.
Yeah, so I'm not sure you really want to do that and eliminate 40, 50% of our commercial property.
Yeah, because right here, it's cannabis retail establishment may not operate within 300 feet of residential zone property.
Right. And that's all, you know, we got a lot of that. That is our current commercial.
But that would, the commercial property then on the other side though, that would open that up because that would be over the 300 foot.
Well, commercial property on the other side of, for instance, the freeway, that strip in there, there's a series of commercial lots all along the freeway. The frontage road, you know, abuts the freeway. And then there's a series of approved commercial lots there, which we'd eliminate them because they then back up to residential. Most of our commercial backs up to residential as you fall between the freeway and 66. And then you ought to define where you're measuring from. You're not talking about the right of way, you're not talking about the freeway right of way, and you're not talking about the frontage road right of way. So anyway, you might want to rethink that distance, even if it was a different distance. You know, you might not eliminate all that good commercial property we do have.
So would you say that then when we're talking about 300 feet from residential, we could say 300 feet for the entry door has to be at least 300 feet from residential property?
Well, the entry door is not, I don't care either way, okay? That's a way to solve it, but it doesn't solve every situation, okay? But I just wonder if we need to be that, if we have already zoned commercial, most of which abuts residential, do we really want that restriction? Just think about it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Seegers. Anyone else in the room? Mr. Hill? Ralph Hill?
Ralph Hill, I don't know, I think Ray's thinking we're gonna have, all kinds of, outlets in the town, but, I don't agree. If I had a residential property, I wouldn't wanna be within 300 feet of a commercial marijuana facility or production facility. And one thing that I really agree with is, looking at the liquor license law, they do state, and we put it into your ordinance that in incorporated municipalities, not more than one dispensary's or one retailer's license. That's if you have a town of over 5,000. For each 2,000 inhabitants or a major fraction thereof, I think what is our current census?
It's
little-
6174, I believe.
So 61, so we could have three establishments under this. If we follow, right in line with the liquor license establishments.
And if you look at, under section 6, item, I, it states that exactly, the number of cannabis retail establishments will be limited to one establishment per 2,000 residents of the incorporated area of the town of Edgewood.
And, so, exactly, that's my point, is we're following the liquor license law, which they've asked us to do. How many of the current, cannabis license medical are within 300 feet of a residential area is what I'd like to know.
Both of them are on the north
We
side.
have 3 production facilities that are residential properties. And we have, I believe, as far as the distance from dispensaries, so just the production, they are in residential communities, and that was approved by the town previously. So, the dispensaries, I think it would be, I think there's 3.
One of them is the one next to Domino's, close to residential.
Right. I'm just saying, yes, how many, and then how many are close. And Mr. Seegers is right, it's gonna be hard to find a appropriate, you're gonna be very limiting on the residential. I get the residential concern, I brought it up as well. So I can't answer that question off the top of my head. I think it's an interesting question, but you guys are gonna have to make your decision. And if Mr. Seegers also, if he grandfathers them in, then we're done. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. And in talking with legal counsel today, Commissioner Powers and I, we asked about how that would work if dispensary is medical, right? And then, so what he says is it stays the same, and they take that request to the state level, and this ordinance goes into effect. And so there's no guarantee that the medical establishments would be the recreational establishments.
That is correct. So,
we don't have
for
control of
example, the 3 residential producers that we currently have, as long as they continue to provide product for only medical use, then they would be allowed to, they have to be allowed to continue. If they try to create product for non-medical use, then we could ask them to cease. Or not, we could prevent them from doing that. But I think what we're talking about here is these businesses on retail, the assumption is retail is not dispensary. Retail is adult consumer. Is that, that's the intent? So I think it's probably likely that the 3 dispensaries that we have would license, and it's a state license that they have to go through. So that's their first step, is to get the state license. I don't know if the state restricts, so we're gonna have some discussions with Regulation Licensing Department, how they're implementing their licensing.
So one question, if we have 3 residential, producers, but they're medical, and they apply for recreational, and they're within 3.
Well, they haven't applied for recreational, I'm just saying, they are currently.
But if they do?
If they do, then we would have to tell them, no, you can't do that. You have to only do medical. And I believe the way that the state delineates the tax for medical product from non-medical product, they're tracking the actual product. So we should be able to get a report if that license holder is selling product that's being taxed at the adult consumer rate, then they would be out of compliance with our business license.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Anyway, both ordinances look real good. I didn't see anything except, under, the licensing portion under section 6, operating hours. The other ordinance says nine AM to 7 PM, and yours says maybe 10. So that's the only thing I found in that one. And, in the other ordinance, there was, under section 7, it should say New Mexico law instead of LAS. And, that's just a minor change. But under section 9, down under the surveillance recording, section 5, section 4, I was thinking it says division. I think maybe a little more, definite, such as the Cannabis Control Division, and specify what division you're talking about of the RLD, and also add or law enforcement authorities. So it's subject to inspection. You see that in section 4?
Section 4?
I'm sorry, it's,
9?
section 9, down below the digital, at the bottom, digital video surveillance recording.
Okay. Oh, okay, by the division, so we should say
Can
you tell me what page you're on?
page
Page 8.
You're talking, are you talking about 11?
Yeah.
Or wait?
On document A. Yeah, document A.
Oh, I'm sorry, document 8.
Yeah, it's difficult with two.
I think you should, specify what division you're talking about. The Cannabis Control Division of the RLD. Regulation licensing. And also add or.
Division under the definitions, division is defined as Cannabis Control Division.
Okay, but, okay, it should be, and then I would also add, local, or add law enforcement authorities to that. Be able to review the, or inspect.
That's a good idea.
Can I address that? Because it actually, Commissioner Anaya's ordinance addresses it very directly and appropriately, because it should be inspected by the town, both for, it should be inspected by the Construction Industries Division. It should also possibly be inspected by the Environmental Improvement Division. And then the surveillance aspect should be inspected by both law enforcement to determine that the surveillance is appropriate and serving the need, but the Construction Industries Division inspects it for compliance with electrical codes and those sorts of things. So there's going to be multiple, inspections by multiple divisions and entities, and we spell that out specifically on Commissioner Anaya's ordinance.
Okay, I didn't catch that, but when you merge them, I'm sure it'll all come together.
Thank you. Any others here?
I just want to point out something we haven't discussed at all, and everybody needs to be thinking. The minute you get outside of town limits, you are governed by Santa Fe County ordinance, which is vastly different from ours. And I've looked at Torrance County, but Torrance County is just south of Windmill Road, so it's 2 miles from our office, and a lot can be going on there. So it'd be good to become students of the county ordinances around us.
We do have extraterritorial.
Our police especially.
We do have extraterritorial policing powers under state law, so we do control the zoning within, I think it's like 1.5 miles beyond our boundaries. So
It would be a good idea to be educated.
Yeah.
Thank you. Who else? Okay, let's go to the callers. We have caller 2. Okay, anyone on GoToMeeting? Any comments? Public hearing? Okay. They probably did fall asleep. Commissioner and I said, I think they fell asleep. So maybe they so, commissioners, we can have the option of extending this into a special meeting, which may be wise to do, so that we have a more final draft of this being merged for the public. Because I think there was some confusion with the A and the B and the clean copy and the red line and the, you know. So I guess that would be my suggestion, that we find a special meeting for this particular one, since time is of the essence. And then post the merged version. And so first, let me ask you, are you guys okay with that? Since it's already 11?
So this would be a continuation of the hearing, we wouldn't have to repost.
Right.
If that's the case, I'd be okay with it.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the only problem is we'll be falling into a deadline.
No, I understand that. It has to be right away.
Yeah, April 1st.
So we have to, if we're gonna notice, it has to be 72 hours?
I was just gonna say, if you're gonna have a special meeting, the posting is different than a continuation, I believe. I'll look at that first thing tomorrow morning and get back to all of you, but I think a special meeting requirement is different than a continuation. It is less time.
The continuation is
No,
less?
the special meeting is, has less time. I think it's 3 days, 72 hours or something.
Right.
You're continuing
It
to
is.
the next meeting
Okay.
unless you have a special meeting.
Okay.
We still have 2 weeks before the deadline.
Just to give you an example, when the Planning and Zoning Commission heard the Campbell Ranch approval appeal, they continue to the next day without additional notice. So I'm not saying you guys want to meet tomorrow night, you might, but you might not, but I'm just saying there's precedent there and we got approval on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So commissioners, what would you like to do? Meet soon?
I think we need to meet as soon as possible, because I know planning and zoning, they need to, once we have this put together, they need to do their part in there, so they know what they're telling the people that are coming in applying.
Sure.
But we also need the staff to have time to be able to put together all these edits as well, I'm assuming.
That would probably be me, but I do need to go over with you. I do need to go over with you, what we're adding, because I did look at this and say, well, actually Commissioner Powers and I just sat down and said, what can we put where? And I think it's pretty logical, don't you? Where we had everything entered in.
I might be biased, but yeah, I like my own work.
Yeah. I think we did a good job. High five.
Yeah. Well, then you guys should have done it first.
No. No.
It's good to have more eyes on it too.
No, it is not about doing it first. It's about taking all of the feedback and then trying to pull it together into one document.
I just want to make the point to both the commission and to the public that I delved into this in great depth, and I did make recommendations to both Commissioner Brennan and Commissioner Anaya to make changes that I felt would be important for consistency in the planning and zoning. And so I think the zoning aspect that Commissioner Brennan did, I think I'm comfortable with all of that. And I'm also, as he amended together, and then Commissioner Anaya and I worked on the business licensing aspect. So I just want you to know that from my perspective, that planning and zoning is good with the zoning aspect and good with the licensing aspect, because we have to do both of those.
Right.
And so any merging you do is really just format and making it compatible and coherent.
I want to say I really appreciate the work you all have done on that. And it's been a real collaborative effort, I think, with Brad and Phil working on the other side. So I think it's a great job. So I just want to say that.
Thank you. Yeah, I know this is gonna be a long ordinance, but I mean, it's gonna be nothing compared to the 172 page of House Bill 2.
Yeah.
And for anybody.
No, this just adds to the House bill.
exactly. Yeah, when we were meeting with Brad today, he's like, yeah, this is work, this is, this is what it's all about, right? This is the legislative side of it, and that is our role. So we listen to you all and then try to reflect it in what we're doing. And it takes time, a lot of time. So, all right. So why don't I just run through and just make sure that it makes sense to you guys, Commissioner Anaya, you also pulling in business licensing into Ken's, okay? So on page 5, let's go to page 5.
On which one?
On Ken's. And I'm going to share screen. And right above section 5, I think.
Can you blow that up just a little?
Oh, it is on mine, but my goodness.
Yeah, there we go. There it is.
Oh. Thanks, Jesus. Okay, so we've got right above, the one that's not on the screen is section 5, cannabis production. We were, thinking that we could add in, the general requirements right here for the licensing, okay? And then, section 6, yeah, sorry about that. This is section 6. What is going on here? I don't know. Do you have your copy? It's not matching up to this one.
Yeah, which one are you looking for?
Well, so I have notes of where you said, general requirements could fit here.
Right.
But as it says section 5, but here it's not section 5.
Can I add?
Yes,
something?
Commissioner Donner.
Please, I don't mean to be difficult. I didn't see it in either one, and maybe I'm just missing it. But I think we should have something in here that no cannabis business should be attached to alcohol sales or alcohol consumption businesses. Is it in the state there? I couldn't find it.
I couldn't find that either, and I wouldn't really.
And I couldn't find it in that one or in this one, so I'm.
Okay, that's something we can definitely check on with, our attorney, Jared Najjar, and if it wasn't so late, we would give him a call, but I think we're fine with continuing the hearing, bringing the draft, for that's merged, and going from there.
And then,
and check on that. No, go ahead.
Then I'm done.
It's
And then I'm done,
fine.
because I found the other ones. Curbside and delivery. We had a couple of the dispensaries mention that they wanted to do that. I think we should limit that to just medical. And I know that there is a lot that goes with that, but I think it opens up an avenue of law enforcement troubles by having retail deliveries.
That would be a mess. You're right, Chief.
Because it does briefly mention that section 6 on paragraph E. Curbside services allowed for handicapped patrons and during mandated indoor, service restrictions as set by local, state, or federal degree.
Yeah, I think we should have that state medical pretty clear.
So just add in, and this would be only for medical.
Well, do we want, I think we're hearing from the chief that would be a disaster. Why would we do that?
On the adult use recreational side, I think from a medical side, some people need that service. You can't have somebody pick up, like, there's people that are not mobile and are disabled that they can't get curbside. They have to be present with their medical card to get the cannabis. So sometimes a delivery for those people would be advantageous for them. I know it.
If I could, you could
also add in here if they're going to, if it is going to be delivered medically, because we do have a lot of, elderly who rely on it, and they do, and I've come across several who have issues just trying to get there. But, we could put in there, if it is going to be delivery, it needs to be sealed. And I don't know how you would want to use the word sealed, but sealed, so, yeah, to have it sealed. Recreational, I think that's a rabbit hole we don't want to go down, to be honest with you.
And then me personally, I think 7A to 7P for hours of operation.
What was that?
7 a.m. to 7 p.m. hours of operation.
So you just want to go to a full 12 hours?
I think so. It gives you basically from first light to dark.
Yeah, I don't know.
But that's just my,
Okay. What do you guys want to do on the, hours? Commissioner Anaya, I heard you saying you didn't like that.
Yeah, I don't. I would stick to 10 to 7 or.
Why?
I don't think that. I mean, if people are gonna come out at 7 o'clock in the morning to buy something.
You're limiting a business's ability to operate at the times that they please, in a way, by going from 10 a.m. to 7.
Well, that's our prerogative.
Well, the source that I put in it for when I put down 9 to 7 on this, and that was from the input we got from, what was his gentleman, his wife.
Berg was 7 to 7.
Do what?
Berg.
No, you said they opened up at 9.
Yeah, but they had mentioned wanting to go 7 to 7.
I thought they said they wouldn't go, so they wouldn't want to.
No. I have it in my notes here. The Boylans.
Boy, that's it.
And maybe it may, I think 9 to 7 is fine too. I thought 7 to 7 would be advantageous for people to go into work early.
Commissioner Powers, do you have a preference on timing?
I don't really see much of a difference, quite honestly.
And again, I'm not trying to make it an argument. If 9 to 7 is fine, I just.
Madam Chair?
So if you're talking medical, pharmacy's open at 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. I think 7's too early. I agree with Commissioner and I on that. I don't have a problem with 9 to 7 or 8 to 7.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have on my notes this from 10 to 7 on Bob. And Pickles Valley was 9 to 6.
Maybe I misheard that.
Yeah. I think that's where I came up with the 9 to 7, for sure.
Okay. I think 9 to 7 sounds reasonable. Medical.
And we didn't have any pushback on that from the workshop.
Okay.
And you know what else we didn't talk about was Sunday.
Okay, tell us about Sunday.
We didn't put hours for Sundays.
Yeah, and that was definitely a gray area that was on the original Word document where I knew we needed to discuss that.
I mean, you could always follow what we do for alcohol. Like if they don't start selling alcohol till 12.
It is 12.
The town of Edgewood.
Okay, so 12 to 7?
The stores do it 12 to close, so I don't know what hours they have.
You could even do shorter on Sundays. If they can't get enough on Saturday, that's an issue. I'm sorry.
Oh, dear. Okay, so, but to be consistent, I mean, 7, 7, 7,
Yeah, I would say 12 to 7.
Yeah, this is better.
Keep the closing time consistent.
Okay, and then I got the change on laws, that was a typo, the attorney told us that today too. What else do we need to address, guys, so that I can put this together? What do you wanna do about the 300 feet in residential and commercial? What do you think?
I think it's, kind of a moot point because we've already got 3, and, I think there is enough, commercial area outside of those limitations to keep it away from residential, which I think is important.
And if they're grandfathered in, I don't know if it really makes any difference.
Yeah, they're not grandfathered.
They're not grandfathered. Sorry,
Not.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Anaya?
I shouldn't have spoken. I said that. They're not grandfathered in because they have to apply for the cannabis, license, and therefore, for retail, they have to apply and follow the guidelines that are set forth. Now, if they're just going to do medical cannabis, then they're grandfathered in.
Oh, it's getting late, I think we ought to get on with the hearing.
Oh. There is one other thing, on the fee, the fine, moving that to $500 would allow a petty misdemeanor to where it could be heard in the Edgewood court instead of sending people to Santa Fe. So the judge let me know that.
Oh, okay, that's the,
So if we want to change it from 1,000 to 500,
all right, we could do that. I didn't realize that was the threshold.
yeah, that's the threshold for the court here to keep it locally.
I put 1,000
Yes,
also.
chief.
Is that for just the first offense? What about an additional offense that when we move it up, where they move to a magistrate court, something like that, where the fine's increased? Because, I mean, if I'm making, several $1,000s a day, I'll take my chance, pay my $500 fine and move on. Yeah.
They can have jail time too, but.
There's a section on rescinding the license as well. You could put a fine in a license rescission under the second offense, they can lose their license, and then they're out of business.
What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, that makes
Okay.
logical
And
sense.
it has some, jail time too, up to 90 days with that $500.
Yeah, under the petty misdemeanor laws, it does put it up to, I think it is right, 90 days.
So, I guess if they might have a little bit more pain. Commissioner Brennan, anything else?
No, I think I'm good on that, and like I said, just work on, we'll merge these two together and just find out the right spots where everything fits in.
Okay. Yeah, we looked at that and found some logical places where they could go, so, we'll bring it back, and as long as everyone's good with that, I think we've talked through most of the issues themselves.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So you're talking about penalties and provisions. I have $1,000 also for each separate violation. And I like the idea of what we just talked about.
Are you okay with decreasing it to 500?
500, yes.
So that we can keep the justice system local? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Commissioner Anaya?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, one quick question, if we do the $500 and we do that per violation, does that still keep that in our court?
Chief?
I'm sorry, I didn't do that.
It's okay, go ahead, ask it.
If we go ahead, we move the fine to $500 and mark it as per violation, so if they had 4 violations, that's $1,500, but since it's $500 for that one violation, does that keep it in our court for all 3, or does the minute it pops up over 500, no matter what, it goes out?
Once it moves up to $1,000, then it moves into magistrate court.
But that's per,
per violation?
per incident, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
So we could have it as per violation, if they had 5 violations, each one is done separately, okay?
Absolutely, yes.
Then we should add that in there.
Add what?
Mine,
Per
here's what-
violation.
Here's what mine
Per
says.
violation.
Madam Chair, mine says
Okay.
penalties up to $500 for each separate violation with the community, or, we also need to, you're right, I think we should change that in there to state, possibility of losing license.
So, just thinking about kind of inconsistent with like alcohol laws, so if a facility there's usually a suspended license as the first step, and then the second step is revocation. So, I think and what's a violation? I mean, you're gonna have to go to court and get, a lot of times, I don't want to get into that aspect of it, but I think just from the licensing aspect, I think you want to make the first violation a suspension and the second violation a revocation, because I think that's easier to defend in the, through the court system. And if they're out of business, then the problem goes away.
Here's what I put in. Each day a violation continues, then loss of license.
And, Commissioner Knight, I'm not sure what it says on yours, but we need to make sure that we're specific and/or, that's in there. And, $500 and/or 90 days in jail, or whatever the case may be. That leaves the judge the option to do either.
Okay,
So
got it. Commissioner Donner?
Having a hard time on, not this conversation, but the limiting of an established business that's already here. If somebody else gets a license and wants to be in Edgewood before they do, it's basically a race to see who can get the license first. And that hurts local businesses that are already here. It hurts the 3 establishments that want to be both medical and adult use rec. So by doing that, you're limiting established businesses that we already have here by not grandfathering them. I have problems with that.
It's not up to us, it's RLD that issues the licenses.
And they've already got a medical license, more than likely they will get the retail. But at that point, they get a retail recreational license, somebody has to move if we don't grandfather it. People have to move into different locations where they're already established. Yes.
Are they too close?
Yes, because of what
The ones that are here.
is already in here.
What is the issue?
The other,
Sorry.
they're not within 1,000 feet of each other, what the existing. Unless.
They're not within 1,000 feet of each other? Or you're
They're
saying
not
they
within
are?
1,000 feet of each other. They're not, Ulta next to Domino's is close to a residential area. Or Pecos Valley, I'm sorry, Pecos Valley.
So,
So, I mean,
let me get
it's
this
just-
straight,
it's-
do we have a location problem as to the distance 1,000 feet? Or only the residential area?
I don't know for sure, but
Okay.
I can foresee an issue coming if they are within 1,000 feet.
Well, Ray Singers proposed that language that would grandfather.
Yeah. Yeah, but when I asked about it, it says that those would not be grandfathered.
Right.
So now I'm now, where are we not grandfathering, or are we?
They can't be grandfathered for something that they don't already have the power to do.
Until the state issues the license, so you can't.
Right.
There's kind of
it's a
catch-22 here, unfortunately, but, we are captured by state statute.
Yes.
And so they are literally changing their license, they're becoming a new business. Even if they are already there as a dispensary, they are becoming a new business as a retail sales for adult use.
So they would have to open a new location.
No.
If all
they
three
could
of them,
be
let's
in-
say all 3 of them got, within a week, all 3 got their licenses.
Are you talking about the separation issue, or are you talking about the permit licensing? I mean, I'm not quite sure.
Yes, the licensing. So the licensing aspect, I understand that they'll have to have a sealed license.
So nobody, yeah, so if you're saying it's a race to get the license, I kind of get that. That's the risk all businesses have. I mean, we cannot shut down any of those operating businesses from what they're currently doing.
Yes.
All we can do is restrict, and rightfully so, and we talked to the attorney made it very clear, because I asked the question very specifically. You have that authority, so that's the issue you have to wrestle with. And I understand the angst that it gives you, but I understand the desire also that the commission has to regulate. So that's, all I can do is state the facts.
No.
So they are what they are, and if you can foresee a scenario, I mean, you can foresee a lot of scenarios that are gonna be problematic. But we can always change the ordinance based upon what we have authority to control. We can't change what the state has authority to control. And I think the attorney was pretty clear that the intent of the state legislature is to be permissive with the use of cannabis. So this is our one opportunity to impose leverage on this. I don't want to harm a business, I totally get that, but you guys are just gonna have to wrestle with that. There's no easy way out of it.
Well, part of the problem, if I can jump in here, is just that we don't know the facts. We don't know if they're 1,000 feet of each other. We don't know if it's 300 feet of a residential for fact or not.
Because we haven't had to know that, and it's
Right.
not really appropriate for us to go out there and do those measurements based upon what might happen.
Right.
It's really, when the ordinance passes, then we have to see how it plays out.
And you can't grandfather something to somebody that doesn't have that power already. So, that's, you know.
You can't grandfather a newborn child. I mean,
I can granddaughter.
Yes, come up to the mic.
I'm Diana Williams. I just wanted to say that I think we're leaning towards writing an ordinance for the existing 3 businesses that we think are going to be licensed. And since you're a legislative body, you just have to write the ordinance based on what the community feedback and the business feedback. We can't write the ordinance based on existing businesses and what we think they're going to do.
Thank you. Other comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes,
You know,
Commissioner Anaya.
that's a good point that you just brought up. Along those lines, they're not in business, first of all, to sell recreational cannabis, because they have no license. So that's a moot point. They are in business and cannot lose that. They can't lose that prerogative unless they violate that law. So therefore, where they're at, they're at. If they change to sell to any of us without a card, then they would be in violation of the law.
Commissioner Powers.
Oh, you've got somebody at the podium here.
Okay, hi.
And with being in business, it's a business decision that business would have to make if they would have to move in order to be able to be licensed in the retail end of it. And that would be a business decision. Again, this is the legislative body. Guide that decision based on what the community and the business feedback was and not what they want to do. Sorry, I'm repetitive.
It's okay. Thank you for your comment.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Powers.
there's still items on the agenda. We have a closed session. We're coming up on midnight. I think we ought to go ahead and make the motion to continue.
I am in agreement. So, my question is, when? do we want to continue this?
We don't have the information on posting yet, right? We're for a special meeting versus a continuation.
3 days would be sufficient. Gosh, next week is bad. Let's see here. We could do
Saturday?
possibly. We could do Saturday. We do have the, well, we have the libraries, we had the library from 10 to 12, wasn't it? The vision work with the community group.
I am out of town.
I'm supposed to be out of town, and then next week is spring break. Let's see here.
You're not in school.
How about,
Is Friday too soon?
yes, well, yeah, I'd rather get it posted with the actual merged.
I look at the Attorney General.
Okay. I'd rather get it posted with the draft, that way it can be on the website and the public has the chance to look at it first. I mean, so I don't wanna rush it, you know what I mean? So maybe Monday or, no, I have another meeting. I could do Tuesday, I think. Can you guys do Tuesday, the 22nd?
I can.
Does that work for you guys?
Can you do Tuesday? I can do Tuesday.
Yeah,
No,
yeah. Bill?
Let me think. San Diego or here?
Are you gonna be in San Diego? Phil, you know
I can
that
do-
you
I
can
can do-
join
yeah.
remotely, so,
Not a problem.
okay, awesome. All right, so next question. What time do you wanna start? The regular, 6:30?
Let's do 5.
Wanna start at 5? Okay. So March 22nd, 5 PM, that doesn't give people time to get off work and get over here and,
Well, we're gonna be basically, most of the work's gonna be merging these two together, correct?
But it'll be done before.
it'll be done beforehand.
Yeah, that's why we're taking so long, is to merge and then post it.
Yeah.
I would prefer to give people time to get here, so they don't have to leave work early. That's my preference.
so 6:30?
Yeah, 6:30. Okay, so March 22nd, Tuesday, 6:30 here. We'll, of course, have online as well. We'll continue this hearing on the cannabis ordinance. So I make that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Brennan seconds. Any discussion? Roll call vote, Commissioner Donner.
Aye.
Brennan.
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Powers.
Aye.
Commissioner Naya.
Aye.
Okay. Next, we have the, Parks and Recreation Ordinance. And, I guess for this, I would propose that we, take this up, you know, at maybe the next regular meeting, like we are with the procurement ordinance. Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah, as long as we can post it the next regular with me until April 1st, right? First, yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah, but we're doing the same with the procurement.
Okay.
And, so unless there were any comments here, Parks and Rec, you guys feel free to come up if you'd like and give a summary for us. I know you've been here and you've been waiting, so. Come on up, please, to the mic so everyone can hear you. And in fact, it's not midnight yet. It's only 11:30, so we're doing great.
So, I mean, ours should be really easy. We changed really only a couple things. We wanted to go to 7 members instead of 5 and an alternate. I think that one's pretty cut and dry. I mean, just having more input is always a good thing, I would think. The other major change was it had us meeting quarterly, 4 times a year. So, we changed that to once a month. Seems pretty obvious. There were a couple of the small changes, well, there were a lot of small changes. The other one was under section E, number 8. We are going to report at the monthly meeting independent of the Parks and Recreation manager, as opposed to just having the manager report. This gives the committee a separate voice. And everything stuff. I think that was the major. So I think that was all the major changes. There was little wording things, and under section E, paragraph 5, it said that we had to conduct individual site visits on a monthly basis. Now we're saying that we should. It would be nice, but it's not a commandment.
And meeting monthly, right?
Right. Yeah, the meeting monthly was the other one. Yeah, so that's really it. 7 members meeting monthly and giving a report.
Okay.
The main differences from that.
Okay. I think I'm okay if we have any other comments from the public on this ordinance, if you want to share, and then we could make any changes we needed to. We can look at the participants online. Thank you guys for being here. All right, Linda, looks like KF. Any comments from the go-to meeting? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's do a roll call vote. Commissioner Powers.
Aye.
Commissioner Anaya.
Aye.
Commissioner Donner.
We're voting to pass this, correct?
No, to bring it at the first meeting.
I reviewed it. Issue, but I guess I.
Sorry, I'm just looking, getting tired. All right, Commissioner Brennan.
Aye.
And I vote aye. We can bring this one back. Give our public a little extra time. And next, we have general public comment.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I did look up, it's 72 hours for special meeting notice.
Okay, thank you. General public comment. Anyone else? No. Good night, you guys.
Thanks, guys.
I do feel like I've been asking for public comments all night long, but isn't that a good thing, right? I mean, how refreshing is that compared to what I survived? Yeah, so let's go online then. Anybody in the go-to meeting have any general public comments?
This is Linda Burke with the Greater East Mountain Chamber of Commerce. Just want to invite you all to yet another meeting. Our monthly mixer is this Thursday, March 17th from 5 to 7 p.m. And it will be held at Advanced Performance Chiropractic in Edgewood. That's over near Domino's. And then you're already aware of, but I'll just put another plug in for the March 19th, Saturday morning, 10 a.m. to 12 noon, New Mexico Listens event, which the Chamber is a co-organizer of. And it's called Vision for Our Future. And the idea is to get input from the community on what they'd like to see happening in Edgewood as we go forward and create the community long-term that people would like it to be. That's all I have.
That's great. Thank you, Linda. Okay. So future meetings, do we post possible quorum for board docs? And is that confirmed for this Thursday? Do we have a calendar appointment? Did you post it?
Oh, I was not given a date yet. It was when you had rescheduled. I'm sorry.
I think it's rescheduled. I don't know when. I don't know.
I can get that up tomorrow. If it's for this Thursday. I'm sorry, I didn't get a rescheduled date. I knew it was being rescheduled, but I didn't get a date. I apologize for not asking again.
Okay. So, Commissioners, do we need to reschedule with the vendor? Or maybe break this into two?
And this is to go over whether or not we wanna move to that.
Yeah, basically to take a look at it.
I think any technology and advancement that we can get here is probably beneficial. I will trust your judgment,
Thank you, Commissioner
Madam Mayor.
I appreciate that very much. So,
I will bow out.
okay, I just need one other to bow out. No, actually, we would, oh goodness, that's right, we can't have three. So, no.
Madam Mayor,